experiences. Your insights and expertise will be invaluable in shaping the future of assistive technologies and creating a more inclusive and equitable world. On behalf of the organizing partners, we extend our sincere gratitude to Her Excellency Dr. Amthal Al-Hwayla, Minister of Social Affairs, Family and Childhood Affairs, for her most generous patronage, and Kuwait Foundation of the advancements of science and their generous sponsorship, United Nations in Kuwait and UNESCO for their unwavering support and invaluable partnership in making this conference a reality. Now, let us join hands, share our knowledge, and work together to create a world where everyone, regardless of their abilities, can thrive and reach their full potential. Thank you, and I wish you all a fruitful and enriching conference. Now please allow me to welcome on stage Her Excellency Dr. Amthal Al-Hwayla, Minister of Social Affairs, Family and Childhood Affairs, to deliver the opening notes.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. سعادة السفيرة نبيل الملا، رئيس مجلس الأمناء وأعضاء مجلس أمناء كلية الكويت للعلوم والتكنولوجيا، سعادة السفيرة غادة الطاهر، ممثلة الأمم، الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة في الكويت، أصحاب السعادة والضيوف، الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن أكون معكم اليوم في افتتاح المؤتمر والملتقى الدولي الأول لتكنولوجيات ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة بمبادرة من كلية الكويت للعلوم والتكنولوجيا وبالشراكة مع مكتب الأمم المتحدة في الكويت والعديد من الجهات مثل جامعة الكويت ومعهد الكويت للأبحاث العلمية، وبدعم من مؤسسة الكويت للتقدم العلمي. نظراً لأهمية الموضوعات والقضايا التي يركز عليها المؤتمر والتي تسعى إلى تسخير التطور التكنولوجي لخدمة شريحة هامة من المجتمع وهي فئة الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة، لقد كانت الكويت عبر عقود وما زالت وستظل سباقة في صياغة القوانين والقيام بالمبادرات التي تخدم أبناء الوطن جميعاً، مع أولوية خاصة للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. كما تعمل الحكومة بتوجيهات القيادة السياسية على تقديم كافة التسهيلات لتمكينهم كي يكونوا جزءاً هاماً ومساهماً في بناء وتنمية الكويت وتحقيق طموحاتها. لقد عملت وزارة الشؤون الاجتماعية على رعاية جميع الفعاليات والمبادرات المتعلقة بالأشخاص ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة وتقديم كافة الخدمات لهم بالشراكة مع جمعيات النفع العام ذات الاهتمام والاختصاص المشترك والقطاع الخاص، مما جعل الكويت من الدول المتقدمة في مستوى الرعاية والدعم المقدم لهم. ومما لا شك فيه فإن التطورات المتسارعة في عالم التكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي لتقدم فرصاً هائلة وهامة لدعم الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة والأشخاص ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة، من خلال تمكينهم للقيام بالعديد من الأعمال التي لم تكن ممكنة في السابق. لذلك فإن عقد هذا المؤتمر يشكل مبادرة هامة لتكثيف الجهود ولتحفيز الإبداع لتطوير الأنظمة الكفيلة باقتناص هذه الفرص بالشكل الأمثل. وأخيراً أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لجميع القائمين على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر، وأخص بالذكر كلية الكويت للعلوم والتكنولوجيا ومكتب الأمم المتحدة في الكويت وجميع الجهات المشاركة على دعمهم لهذه المبادرة، لتكون الكويت دائما في الصفوف الأمامية في مجالات الإبداع والابتكار والتميز. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now please allow me to welcome on stage President of Kuwait College of Science and Technology, Professor Khalid Al-Baghain.
معالي الدكتورة أمثال هذه الحويلة وزيرة الشؤون الاجتماعية وشؤون الأسرة والطفولة الموقرة، سعادة السفيرة غادة الطاهر ممثل الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة في الكويت، سعادة السفيرة نبيلة الملا رئيس مجلس الأمناء لكلية الكويت للعلوم والتكنولوجيا وأعضاء مجلس الأمناء، أصحاب السعادة السفراء وأعضاء الهيئات الدبلوماسية وممثلو الجهات الحكومية وجمعيات النفع العام، حضرات المتحدثين والباحثين والضيوف الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بالنيابة عن جميع القائمين على كلية الكويت للعلوم والتكنولوجيا وعن اللجنة التحضيرية، فإنه ليشرفني أن نرحب بكم اليوم وأن نشكر لمعاليكم تكرمكم برعاية المؤتمر والمنتدى الدولي الأول لتكنولوجيات ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة، والذي ينظم من قبل الكلية بالشراكة مع مكتب الأمم المتحدة في الكويت ومنظمة اليونسكو، وبدعم سخي من مؤسسة الكويت للتقدم العلمي وبالتعاون مع جامعة الكويت ومعهد الكويت للأبحاث العلمية ومركز مدى لذوي الإعاقة من دولة قطر. إن انعقاد هذا المؤتمر يأتي لتحقيق العديد من الأهداف، وأهمها أولاً إظهار الوجه الإيجابي للتكنولوجيا وترسيخ تطورها لخدمة الإنسانية بجميع فئاتها، وبالأخص الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقات بجميع أنواعها وكذلك ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة. إن التطور العظيم الذي تشهده الإنسانية في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي والروبوتات والاتصالات يمكنها من أن تخدم الإنسانية وتمكن أبنائها بطرق عديدة ومبتكرة، مما يحقق الهدف الأساسي من تطويرها، وهذا يعيد الثقة بالعلم والعلماء كقوة حافزة وإيجابية في المجتمع. ثانياً البحث عن ومناقشة جميع المعوقات التي تواجه هذه الفئة من المجتمع، والسعي لإيجاد منصة وقاعدة للابتكار والإبداع وتقديم الحلول لتمكين جميع الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة وذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة من الاستفادة من هذه التكنولوجيات لتجاوز جميع المعوقات التي تضعها الإعاقة أمامهم وتمكينهم من ممارسة العمل والحياة بشكل مساو للجميع. ثالثاً الجمع بين واضعي السياسة والباحثين والمبتكرين وكذلك الجمعيات المختصة للعمل على دراسة السبل التي يمكنها إزالة القيود التشريعية والاجتماعية التي تمنع ذوي الإعاقة من التعلم والعمل أو ممارسة أي من النشاطات الطبيعية في الكويت وفي المنطقة. لقد حرصت كلية الكويت للعلوم والتكنولوجيا منذ نشأتها على تطوير قاعدة بحثية لتحفيز الابتكار والإبداع بين أساتذتها وطلبتها للمساهمة في تحقيق رؤية الكويت 2035 والعمل على تأهيل أجيال من الخريجين المتمكنين من أحدث التطورات التكنولوجية والمهارات الأساسية والقادرين على تحقيق نهضة الرقمية التي أكدت حكومة الكويت الرشيدة على أهميتها كجزء أساسي من بناء كويت المستقبل تحت رعاية حضرة أمير البلاد المفدى سمو الشيخ مشعل الأحمد الجابر الصباح وولي عهده الأمين سمو الشيخ صباح الخالد الحمد الصباح حفظهم الله ورعاهما. ونرجو من الله أن يساهم هذا المؤتمر والمنتدى في تأكيد موقع أساسي للكويت في عالم التكنولوجيا والإبداع، وبالأخص فيما يخص خدمة الإنسانية وأبنائها. يشتمل هذا المؤتمر والمنتدى على العديد من الفعاليات العلمية من محاضرات رئيسية من خبراء عالميين وجلسات نقاشية، ولعل أبرزها الجلسة النقاشية الأولى التي يشارك فيها كوكبة من أبناء الكويت من ذوي الإعاقات والذين يعطون الأمل لنا جميعا في قدرتهم على تحقيق النجاحات ويشاركوننا بهمومهم وآمالهم. كما يشتمل المنتدى على مسابقات طلابية في الإبداع ومعرض للأنظمة الحديثة المتخصصة وكذلك جلسات بحثية مما يزيد على 30 باحثا متخصصا في تكنولوجيات ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة. إن هذا المؤتمر ما هو إلا خطوة أولى بإذن الله لمسيرة طويلة لتحفيز الباحثين والعلماء والطلبة وجميع المهتمين على توحيد الجهود لتحطيم كل الحواجز وتحفيز الابتكار والإبداع لخدمة هذه الفئة الغالية. وأخيرا اسمحوا لي أن أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لشركائنا في تنظيم المنتدى، وعلى رأسهم فريق مكتب الأمم المتحدة في الكويت، وكذلك مكتب المدير الإقليمي لمنظمة اليونسكو، ومؤسسة الكويت للتقدم العلمي، وجامعة الكويت، ومعهد الكويت للأبحاث العلمية، ومركز مدى قطر لذوي الإعاقة، والشركات والمؤسسات المشاركة في المعرض. وأشكر بالأخص الفريق الأكاديمي للمؤتمر وفريق العمل في كلية الكويت للعلوم والتكنولوجيا على جهودهم المتفانية للتحضير لهذا الحدث. والشكر الخالص لكم جميعا لحضوركم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Professor Khalid. Now, please allow me to welcome on stage Her Excellency Ambassador Ghada Tahir, representative of the United Nations Secretary General and the UN Resident Coordinator in the State of Kuwait. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Dr. Amthal Al-Hwela, Minister of Social, Family and Childhood Affairs, Your Excellency, Ambassador Nabila Abdallah Al-Mulla, Professor Khalid Al-Buqain, President of Kuwait College for Science and Technology, experts, speakers, panelists from all over the world, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great honor to join you today at the International Conference on Assistive Technology for Special Needs, under the patronage of Her Excellency Dr. Amthal Al-Hwela, Minister of Social, Family and Childhood Affairs, here at Kuwait College of Science and Technology. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Kuwait College for Science and Technology for the dedicated partners in Kuwait, including Kuwait Foundation for Advancement of Science, KEFAS, and our colleagues at UNESCO. Your commitment to advancing assistive technologies demonstrates the power of innovation to foster inclusivity and equality. I would like to warmly acknowledge all participants who came to join this meaningful discussion from across the globe. Your presence today ensures that we can project a unified voices advocating for assistive technology at the global level. Today's conference is particularly momentous as it coincides with the recent International Day of Persons with Disabilities, on which the world unites under the slogan, "Nothing about us without us," to amplify the leadership of persons with disabilities for an inclusive and sustainable future. As we acknowledge the crucial role that persons with disability play in driving the change for a more inclusive and sustainable world, we must advocate to our communities that access to assistive technology is not a luxury, but basic human rights grounded in the Convention on Human Rights for Persons with Disabilities. According to the 2022 WHO and UNICEF Global Report on Assistive Technology, 2.5 billion people globally require at least one assistive product. The need is projected to be 3.5 billion by 2050. This reflects that assistive technology must be a global priority, not a minor area or not an interest of a small group of people. The Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, stress that I recognize that assistive technology is becoming a cornerstone. However, this responsibility lies beyond the UN, and in fact, we cannot achieve this alone, and hence what we are seeing here today, the collective efforts and shared responsibility with government officials, academia and science, and international organizations. In Kuwait, UN agencies actively advocate with the governments and academia, civil society, to provide persons with disability with global standard tools and trainings to work and to find opportunities to join the economic activity. In the past year, which I spent in the state of Kuwait, I have been amazed by the people of Kuwait, by the government, and the civil society organization for their extraordinary commitment, both top-down from the government and bottom-up from the people. Dedicated communities in changing lives of persons with disability and providing them with the opportunities to thrive. The theme of this conference, AI for Inclusive and Equality, outlined by its rich program around AI, robotics, and ethical dimensions of assistive technologies, embodies our vision towards a world where persons with disability or special needs have the means and tools to be the architects of their own future and also join to build their own countries. For such technologies to be widely used for the right purposes, we must be availing it and making it accessible and affordable. As I conclude, the United Nations in the state of Kuwait stand firmly committed to strengthening our partnership with the government, international community, civil society, academia, and research institutions and private sectors to advance the principle of leaving no one behind through assistive technology. This initiative is the gift from Kuwait to the world. I wish you a fruitful discussion. I thank you all for your commitment, and thank you for indulging me.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now please allow me to welcome on stage Dr. Enes Bouhlal to deliver a speech on behalf of the UNESCO.
شكرا. معالي الوزيرة، أصحاب السعادة، الحضور الكريم، اسمي أناس بوهلال، مسؤول عن التعليم العالي والتعليم الفني والمهني بالمكتب الإقليمي لليونسكو بدول الخليج واليمن. شكرا على الدعوة سعادة الرئيس. أعتقد أنه كان قبل شهرين كان اللقاء الأول عن بعد، وطلب منا أن نشارك، وكنا نسبيا هل نتمكن في ظرف وجيز أن نقوم بهذا العمل الجبار. شكرا على هذا التنظيم، وتمكنتم أن تضعوا هذا الحدث العلمي في وقته بجمع كل الكفاءات من الكويت وخارج المنطقة العربية ومن العرب. هنيئا بداية على هذا العمل، واسمحوا لي إذا كنت أشك في القدرات في الأول، فذلك أعتقد هذا جانب للإشادة بالعمل الذي تقوم به. أعتذر بداية بالنيابة عن مديري وزميلي السيد صلاح زكي خالد، المدير الإقليمي والممثل لمنظمة اليونسكو بدول الخليج واليمن، عن عدم حضوره. وكما تعلمون أن المدراء عندما يقولون لزملائهم تكلموا فأتيت بدون نوم لأصل إلى اليوم إلى دولة الكويت وأشارككم هذا الحفل وهذا الحضور مع زميلتي ممثلة الأمم المتحدة بدولة الكويت. أعتقد أن موضوع مثل القائمين عليه اليوم هو من جوهر مواضيع منظمة اليونسكو، عنوانه دائما هو التعليم الشامل. فتعليم شامل يضم جميع فئات المجتمع بدون خلفياتهم، جنسياتهم، لونهم، إعاقاتهم. فهدفنا جميعا من خلال عمل المنظمة هو إعطاء المجال الشامل لكل المواطنين على مستوى الوصول إلى تعليم شامل وذو جودة عالية. فأعتقد أن الشمولة والجودة هي جوهر هذا اللقاء، وأعتقد أنه تبادل الخبراء خلال هذه اليومين سيكون له أعتقد دعم لما تقوم به دولة الكويت في هذا المجال. وأعتقد أنه هنا الحضور على مستوى كافة الخبراء من خارج المنطقة، وكذلك للشرف أننا سنستمع إلى هذه الجهود كل التي تشتغل عليها جميع المؤسسات التعليمية وكذلك الخيرية وما لها من علاقات بالدوي الاجتماعي على مستوى دولة الكويت. مرة أخرى هنيئا لكم بالتنظيم، وكلنا في انتظار النتائج والتوصيات التي ممكن سيكون لها بالفعل عائدا على أولا على دولة الكويت، ثانيا على طلاب المؤسسة، وكذلك على أساتذتها. شكرا جزيلا مرة أخرى.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, this conference is about people with disabilities and special needs. Therefore, it is only right that we start the conference with an inspirational panel in which the true ambassadors of the conference and the key components of its organization will set the tone for it. Shortly, we will be joined by 4 special people who will speak to us about their journey and achievements. First of all, we have Mr. Abdul Karim Al-Anizi, Ambassador of the Disabled, poet, and Kuwait TV presenter. We have a panelist, Ms. Sara Al-Marhoun, Kuwaiti activist in disabilities field. We have Mr. Faisal Al-Musawi, life coach and activist in disabilities field. Lastly, we have Abdul Latif Ghazi, Kuwaiti activist in disabilities field and musician. As they are joining us on stage, we share this short introductory video of our amazing panelists. Enjoy.
عبد اللطيف شخص بسيط، أحب الإبداع، أحب التميز، شخص عانى ممكن كثير بالطفولة، خصوصا لو تقرأ الباك جراوند مالي إن أنا فقدت البصر من 8 سنوات. مثل ما تقول ماخذ عهد على نفسي دائما إن ما تطوف سنة إلا مسوي شيء كبير بالنسبة لي أو مسوي شيء جديد.
الحياة راح نعيشها مرة واحدة بالفعل مثل ما قلنا اليوم، لذلك لازم نعيشها صح، لازم نتغلب. اليوم الصعوبات مو بس المرض، الصعوبات المرض، الإعاقة، الظروف، المعوقات اللي يعني تواجه الإنسان في الوصول إلى أهدافه. لذلك وصلنا الرسالة اليوم للمجتمع كله إن بالفعل إحنا أبطال، سواء كنا معاقين أو مرضى أو مبتلين بالمعوقات والصعوبات، لأن قدرنا أن فعلا نغتصب الحياة من فم الغدر واغتصاب. أخوكم الشاعر والإعلامي عبد الكريم العنزي سفير المعاقين.
في 2005 حصل لي حادث سيارة بسببها قعدت على الكرسي المتحرك. وايد ناس توقعوا ان حياتي انتهت، لكن كانت بداية لحياة جديدة ووايد أحلى. أصريت اني اما افوز او افوز على الإعاقة. تعلمت الغوص وب 2018 صرت أسرع غواص سكوبا في العالم.
حب الإعلام ما له حدود، ابتدى حب الإعلام من طفولتي. دخلت إذاعة المدرسة، لكن حب الإعلام ما كان يعني وقف عند الإذاعة في المدرسة، داخل المدرسة فقط، فحبيت إني أطور من نفسي وأدخل المجال الإعلامي. الله سبحانه وتعالى إذا حب عبد ابتلاه، لأنه يحبنا يبتلينا. فمهما كانت الصعوبات اللي نواجهها بحياتنا لازم ما تمنعنا عن تحقيق أهدافنا أو طموحاتنا. لازم يكون عندنا صبر كبير عشان نوصل اللي احنا نبيه ونحبه.
ندائي يا بشر سمعوا عن اللي يدور في ذاتي. أبى أتكلم عن إحساسي لأني مثلكم إنسان. ندائي يا بشر سمعوا عن اللي يدور في ذاتي. نبي نتكلم عن أحاسيسنا لأن مثلكم إنسان. معاناتي إلى العالم، أبي توصل معاناتي برسالة توصل إحساسي إلى العالم، إلى الأوطان. حرام يا سارة ويكسر الخاطر يا فيصل تسبب لي عذاباتي. عبد اللطيف ما نبيهم ينظروننا بنظرة عطف أو إحسان. حرام ويكسر الخاطر تسبب لي عذاباتي. أنا ما بيك تنظر لي بنظرة عطف أو إحسان. نبي كلمة بنسمعها تعلي معنوياتي، توصلني إلى القمة، تفجر داخلي بركان. وإذا نوصل إلى القمة تشوف أنت انتصاراتي. أخلي كل العالم يصفق لي لأني إنسان. أخلي كل العالم يصفق لنا نبطال. وإذا أوصل إلى القمة تشوف أنت انتصاراتي. نخلي كل العالم يصفق لنا لأن أبطال، لأن إنسان ما استسلمت رغم أكبر إعاقاتي، رغم أن الزمن حاول يعيشني مع الحرمان. رغم هذا قدرت أرسم على وجهي ابتساماتي. شموخي كانوا القمة، طموحي يا سارة كانوا في العنوان، طموحاتي أبو أوصلها وحقق كل طموحاتي، أمل وإصرار مع همة أبعزفها مع الألحان، وبشكر من هو شرفني حضر يسمع بطولاتي، حضوره زادنا عزة وبدد داخل الأحزان، معاق كنت يا الله أنا أفخر بعاقاتي، لأني رغم عاقاتي تردد اسمي الأوطان، تردد اسمي الأوطان، تردد اسمنا الأوطان. شكرا شكرا، أسعد الله صباحكم بكل حب. طبعا بداية ذي بدء نتقدم بجزيل الشكر لراعي هذا المؤتمر معالي وزير الشؤون الاجتماعية والعمل وشؤون الأسرة الدكتورة أمثال الحويلة، اللي ما هي غريبة عن إخوانها وأبنائها وبناتها من ذوي الإعاقة منذ يعني سنوات طويلة وهي معانا وما زالت وستبقى إن شاء الله الدكتورة أمثال معانا. شكرا لهذا الصرح الأكاديمي العلمي الجميل، كلية الكويت للعلوم والتكنولوجيا على رأسها العملاق والأب والإنسان دكتور خالد بقاعين، هذا الإنسان اللي منحنا الفرصة اليوم أن نقف وقفة الشرف أمامكم لنستعرض، والله ما أقول استعراض، هو يعني لنوصل رسالة حب ونوصل رسالة إلى المسؤولين وإلى المجتمع من نحن وماذا نريد وما هي احتياجاتنا من التكنولوجيا والأمور الأخرى. شكرا طبعا لمكتب الأمم المتحدة وجميع ممثليات منظمات حقوق الإنسان في دولة الكويت. شكرا لقلوبكم جمهورنا الكريم على الحضور اليوم. شكرا إخواني الأبطال، أخوي فيصل الموسوي، أخيتي سارة المرهون، أخوي عبد اللطيف غازي، هذه الأيقونات، هذه الأسماء العملاقة اللي اليوم أنا أمانة أقلهم عطاء فكلهم يعني قامات شامخة. اليوم إن شاء الله أنا أخذت دوري تقريبا 7 دقائق خلصت وما عرفت على نفسي ولا قلت أنا أخوكم سفير المعاقين عبد الكريم النزي، مذيع في تلفزيون وإذاعة دولة الكويت، حاصل على ماجستير في الصحافة والإعلام، حاليا باحث دكتوراه بإذن الله. هذا أنا باختصار، شاعر لا أدعي ولكن إن شاء الله أكون شاعر. الله يسعدكم ويطول أعماركم. أمانة اليوم يعني نكسر كل البروتوكولات الخطابية، بنتكلم من القلب إلى القلب، ما راح نصفف حكي ولا راح نرتب جمل بقدر ما راح نوصل رسائل الحب ونوصل هذه العطاءات لقلوبكم، فما يخرج من القلب بلا شك يصل إلى القلب. لذلك راح تكون إن شاء الله البداية فيصل ليدز فيرست، ليدز فيرست إن شاء الله، ما نقدر السطر الأول أغلب على ليدز. سارة المرهون، طبعا سارة المرهون أيقونة، والله أيقونة نعتز ونفتخر بها، من أبطالنا ذوي الإعاقة اللي أنا شخصيا أتشرف إني من سنوات طويلة واكبتها وأعرف قصة كفاحها من الألف إلى الياء. اليوم سارة نتعرف أكثر وأكثر مع حضورنا ووفودنا، وطبعا نرحب ونشكر كل الوفود اللي أتت من خارج الكويت، ضيوف الكويت، ما أنتم ضيوف في بلدكم الثاني الكويت. سارة المرهون بدقيقتين، من هي سارة المرهون؟
أول شيء أحب الجميع وكل شكر لكلية الكويت للعلوم والتكنولوجيا على هذه الاستضافة اليوم. مشكورين يعني دكتور خالد، إبراهيم مطوع، وكل الستاف اللي اليوم قدموا لنا دعوة للمشاركة معاكم هذا المؤتمر. نبذة بسيطة عني، أنا خريجة علاقات عامة وإعلام من جامعة الخليج للعلوم والتكنولوجيا، وحاليا أنا موظفة بأحد الجهات الحكومية وناشطة في مجال الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة، وعندي عضوية بأكثر من جهة، عضوة بالاتحاد الكويتي لرياض الجميع، وعضوة في جمعية حارك وبوابة التدريب العالمية، وحاليا أنا كذلك عضوة في فريق أصدقاء المعاقين. طبعا المجال ذوي الإعاقة كبير، ويمكن من بدايته بالعمل التطوعي والإعلام، والحين إن شاء الله يعني قاعد نحاول أن نغير المجتمع بالمشاركات اللي إحنا قاعد نقدمها.
بإذن الله. طبعا أنت خلصتي قبل دقيقتين، فلك نص دقيقة بذمتي.
سارة، نبي نتكلم معاك أيضا عن تكنولوجيا بشكل عام. كونك أنت ما شاء الله من المتطوعات الناشطات في مجال ذوي الإعاقة، وأيضا تبوأتي العديد من المناصب الشبابية، ولك تجربة أيضا من خلال مجلس الشباب كأول مجلس شباب في دولة الكويت كنت عضو فيه، ولكم تجربة جميلة جدا مع برنامج سهل. هذا البرنامج طبعا اللي يعني نقل الكويت بفضل الله نقلة تكنولوجية كبيرة، لكم تجربة أيضا كمجلس شباب فيها.
طبعا في خلال عضويتي بمجلس الشباب أنا ترأست لجنة ذوي الإعاقة في مجلس الشباب الكويتي، ومن خلال تعاون مع عدة جهات حكومية. طبعا صار في اجتماع مع الجهاز المركزي لتكنولوجيا المعلومات، كانوا يبون يكون في تطبيق سهل حق الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. اجتمعوا معنا وأقمنا ورشة سهل لاب. طبعا من خلال ورشة العمل دعينا كل الجمعيات الخاصة في مجال ذوي الإعاقة والناشطين وأولياء الأمور والشباب من ذوي الإعاقة من مختلف الإعاقات. من خلال هذه الورشة طلعت لهم الأفكار والمقترحات اللي من خلالها راح تطور تطبيق سهل وتسهل الخدمات اللي تخدم الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. والحمد لله يعني من بعد إقامة هذه الورشة صار في تطوير للتطبيق، لكن للحين هم لا زالوا يعملون على هذه التطويرات وهذا، لأنه يحتاج يعني فترة من الوقت شوي. بس إن احنا قدمنا لهم كل المقترحات. طبعا احنا كمجلس شباب احنا كنا يعني عامل مساعد ان نوصلهم مع اغلب الجهات الخاصه من ذوي الاعاقه من ناحيه الجمعيات وهذا واقامه هذه الورشه. طبعا انا اقدم كل الشكر للجهات الحكوميه اللي تتعاون معنا كشباب، لان اليوم احنا ما راح نقدر نغير المجتمع ونغير اي تحدي احنا نواجهه الا بالتعاون الجهات وايمانهم بالطاقات الشبابيه، ان احنا يعطونا الفرصه ان نساعدهم تطوير الخدمات بالكويت سواء في مجال التكنولوجيا او اي مكان ثاني.
جميل. سارة، اليوم كبطلة وأيقونة من أبطال ذوي الإعاقة، شو اللي تتمناه سارة المرهون اليوم يعني لها وبالنيابة عن إخوان أخواتها ذوي الإعاقة في مجال التكنولوجيا؟ يعني لو نتمنى بصوت عالي شو نتمنى؟
طبعا مجال التكنولوجيا عامل مساعد لنا كاشخاص ذوي اعاقه بشكل كبير. اليوم احنا يمكن قاعد تشوفون الويلشيرات كهربائيه، المصاعد اللي نستخدمها عندكم. يعني مثلا العامل التكنولوجي يساعدنا حتى انا عن الصعيد الشخصي السمارت هومز اللي احنا ممكن تسهل علينا نبطل الليتات الشترات بالمنازل. فاليوم التكنولوجيا هي عامل مساعد حتى احنا اثناء مرحله التعليم. اليوم ممكن انا ما اقدر اكتب مثلا اذا كان في بعض الاشخاص ذوي الاعاقه عندهم صعوبات بالكتابه ممكن يمتحنون فقط عن طريق اللابتوبز والامتحانات الاونلاين. وغير انه يعني التكنولوجيا سهلت علينا. اليوم انا مثلا الامم المتحده واليو ان حاضرين، انا كنت اشتغلت بارت تايم جوب عن بعد مع اليو ان دي بي خلال فتره الكورونا عن بعد. فاليوم التكنولوجيا سهلت انك تصايف، مو بس انه يعني في حالات كثيره من ذوي الاعاقه اليوم يمكن ما يقدرون يخرجون من منازلهم، فالتكنولوجيا ممكن تمنحهم وظائف عن بعد تسهل حياتهم، خاصه حق الاعاقات الشديده اللي يمكن ما يكون عندهم سهوله الوصول، عندهم يعني شخص يرافقهم ويوديهم حق مقر العمل. فاليوم التكنولوجيا هي عامل مساعد في وايد مجالات. فاحنا اليوم يمكن انا من الاشياء اللي اتمنى اقترحها او شيء ان اليوم التطبيقات الحكوميه تكون في accessibility بحيث ان الشخص ذوي الاعاقه يقدر يستخدمها حق اخواننا من ذوي الاعاقه البصريه يحتاجون، خاصه حق المعاملات الحكوميه تكون مهيئه مع الناطق. عندنا بعض المعاملات الحكوميه تتطلب الحضور. اليوم احنا كاشخاص من ذوي الاعاقه يمكن صعب علينا مراجعه المعاملات الحكوميه حضوريا، خاصه انه مو الكل عنده يعني سايق يوديه ويجيبه. فحلو انه يكون اغلب المعاملات نقدر ننجزها عن طريق التطبيقات الحكوميه. كذلك ان احنا اليوم ودنا ان الجهات الحكوميه او القطاع الخاص انه يوفرون وظائف عن بعد اللي هو تكون حق الحالات اللي ما يقدرون يحضرون مقار عملهم. فاليوم التكنولوجيا هي قاعد تساعدنا حق التنقل كذلك. فالتكنولوجيا وايد لها اثر كبير، وهذا يعني بعض الأمور.
اكيد. وعلى ذكر سهل خلونا ايضا نفتخر بهذا البرنامج ويعني انطلاقه بلا شك نقل الكويت الى مصاف الدول تكنولوجيا. احنا دائما في الرياده لله الحمد والمنه. واشكر ايضا الناطق الرسمي لهذا البرنامج اخوي المذيع والاعلامي المتالق يوسف كاظم. شكرا لكم على كل ما تقدمونه في هذا البرنامج من خدمات وتسهيلات لذوي الاعاقه. الله يحفظكم ان شاء الله. ايش تختمين فيه في هذا المجال؟
أول طبعا الختام هو رسالة. أتمنى أن اليوم إحنا كشباب من ذوي الإعاقة على عاتقنا دور كبير. إذا كان في قصور في أي جهة محتاج تطور، إحنا لازم نوصل هذه الرسالة، نوصلها للمسؤولين عشان يحسنون هذه الخدمات. أما نقعد وما نقدر يعني ما نبادر، فهم ما راح يعرفون إذا إحنا ما بادرنا وقلنا لهم وتعاوننا مع هذه الجهات. فكل الشكر اليوم للجامعة على هذه الدعوة وهذه المبادرة الطيبة، وإن شاء الله هذا مو آخر مؤتمر وتستمرون. وكل شكر معالي الوزيرة على حضورك ودعمك لنا اليوم. وكذلك أشكر جهاز المركز للتكنولوجيا المعلومات وتطبيق سهل. شكرا أستاذ يوسف. طبعا تعاونكم ذيك المرة معنا بالورشة احنا لنا يعني أثر كبير، وإن شاء الله هذا مو آخر تعاون. ونتمنى كل الجهات يكون لهم يعني إيمان كبير بقدرات الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة، ويكونون يعني داعم لنا بكافة المجالات. ويعطيكم ألف عافية.
شكرا يا سارة، شكرا والله تستحق أكبر تحية. شكرا يعطيك العافية. وإحنا دولة الكويت أسأل الله يحفظها ويحفظ أميرها وولي عهدها وحكومتها وأهلها الطيبين وكل المقيم على هذه الأرض المباركة، قبل تفتح بوابة سهل لنا كذوي إعاقة، فتحت قلبها الكويت لنا، والمجتمع فتح قلبه لنا. ويكفينا فخر ان نحظى باهتمام ابوي من راس الهرم حضره صاحب السمو امير البلاد المفدى الشيخ مشعل احمد الجابر الصباح حفظه الله ورعاه. هذا الاب وهذا القائد اللي في كل مكان اول ما يوصي يقول ديروا بالكم على عيالي المعاقين. وشرفنا في كل عام من رمضان بالعشر الأواخر بزيارتنا إلى نادي المعاقين ومراكزنا. ايش نبي؟ حب ودعم أكبر من كذي. عسى الله يدوم ما علينا ولا يغيرنا إلا للأفضل يا رب. شكرا يا سارة. ومن الأيقونة سارة المرهون إلى بطل العالم في الغوص، أسرع غواص وأيقونة الغوص أيضا البطل فيصل الموسوي. حياك الله.
الله يحييك ان شاء الله يا
فيصل. طبعا ما شاء الله يعني لما اقول فيصل اقول جينت،
الله يسلمك.
ولما اقول جينت تعرفون جينت يعني الارقام القياسيه، يعني وضع نقطه عند اخر السطر ويقول يلا قاعد وقال حطوا اللي يقدر يتعداني. ها لكن لحد الان ما حد تعدى. لحد الان الاسم فيصل.
قول ما شاء الله.
ما شاء الله عيني عليك بارده تبارك الله. قلبي الله يحفظك. ونقول فيصل، شو نقول يا فيصل بدقيقتين؟ من هو فيصل الموسوي؟
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمه الله وبركاته. صبحكم الله بالخير جميعا. مشكور اخوي عبد الكريم على المقدمه الطيبه والتشرف. شكرا على اقامه هالمؤتمر اللي احنا من زمان يمكن نتمنى يكون في مؤتمر تخصصي لهالدرجه. العاده ممكن اغلب المؤتمرات تكون شموليه وكامله، لكن اليوم قاعد نتكلم في مؤتمر تخصصي. فشكرا لجامعه الكويت للعلوم والتكنولوجيا. شكرا للجندي المجهول الدكتور خالد وللجنود المجهولين في الجامعه اخوي ابراهيم المطوع وباقي الاستاف كلهم. معالي الوزيره حضورك وتشريفك. قالوا الوزيره يمكن تي يمكن لها بدايه. احنا كنا متاكدين بتين لان ندري. انا قبل كنت اضرب المثل بنفسي اني نشيط، بس ما شاء الله عليك غالبتني بالنشاط بجهدك الكبير بخدمه الكويت وخدمه ذوي الاعاقه والاسر وكل فئات المجتمع. فقوات الله على اللي قاعد تسوينه خلف الكواليس. ترى في حكي مو بس طيب، اكثر من طيب قاعد نشوفه، لان الامور التنفيذيه اكثر من الامور التخطيطيه اللي قاعد نشوفها. فقوات الله على كل جهد مبذول قاعد نشوفه. حضورك اليوم لان بتلامسين احتياجنا بشكل حيل كبير، وندري
اللي قاعد يوصل لك ندري شنو قاعد يتطبق منه بسرعه، فمطمنين اليوم لان انت موجوده، فقواك الله على حضورك. وياكم اخوكم فيصل موسوي. انا عندي 3 ارقام قياسيه في موسوعه جينيس. اعاقتي بسبب حادث سياره. شوي شايب، مو وايد شايب، قريب ل 40 سنه. عشت اول 20 سنه على ريلي وانا امشي، كنت لاعب كره قدم. 20 سنه الثانيه في عمر 20 سنه حصل لي حادث سياره، كان قاسي شوي، قاعدني على الكرسي المتحرك. فسبحان الله كل شيء حلو تمنيته قبل الحادث الله سبحانه وتعالى اعطاني اياه بشكل احلى من بعد الحادث. من لعب كره وكانت امنيتي اني اصير لاعب محترف، اللي بعد الإعاقة انحرمت من الإعاقة، آسف، من الكرة، فتحولت للغوص. فأنا عندي 3 أرقام قياسية في جينيس أحمل من خلالهم رسالة الدمج لذوي الإعاقة حوالين العالم. إذا بوقف على المسرح أسولف قدام 50 شخص، ال50 شخص ممكن ينسون الدمج، لكن لما أغوص وأصير أسرع غواص في العالم في جينيس، فالعالم كله يسولف عن الدمج. جينيس ما كان عندهم أرقام خاصة لذوي الإعاقة لقبل 2022. فأنا سنة 2018 أسرع غواص في العالم مسافة 10 كيلو متر على مستوى ذوي الإعاقة وغير ذوي الإعاقة، مسافة 10 كيلو متر متواصل. 2022 جينيس تحمسوا وافتحوا أبواب للمنافسة ما بين ذوي الإعاقة، فشيء وايد حلو إنك تفتح وتكون سبب عند الله سبحانه وتعالى إنه يكون في مجال لذوي الإعاقة ينافسون بعض. 2022 أسرع سباح سنوركل في العالم على مستوى ذوي الإعاقة في موسوعة جينيس. 2024 شهر 2 اللي طاف أسرع غواص في العالم على الكرسي المتحرك داخل أكواريوم دبي مول، 400 متر أقل من ساعة. مدرب مختص في أساليب التحفيز، شهريا أغطي ما بين 500 أو 3000 أو 4000 متدرب في مجال التحفيز، القياده، تيم وورك، التايم مانجمنت بالكويت وبرا الكويت. فهذه متعتي وشغفي الكبير لان اشوف في تغيير حيل كبير. رئيس تنفيذي لواحد من بين اكبر مراكز تاهيل الاصابات بالكويت، مركز الفيصل يونيفرسال. لاني عانيت بيوم من الايام، فانا متعتي لما اشوف الناس تتعالج وتتحسن وتكون تمشي على ريلها قدامي. فما لكم شغل في كلمه فاقد الشيء لا يعطي، لا، فاقد الشيء يعطي ويعطي يمكن بحب كبير. رسالتي الكبيرة، أنا ناشط في المجتمع، لايف كوتش، كمستشار أعطي في مجال تغيير حياة الناس، حالات الانتحار والاكتئاب، تغيير حياة الناس. من أكثر المعاناة اللي حصلتها في بداية إعاقتي مستشفى الطب الطبيعي، ما كان في أحد يأهلني نفسيا واجتماعيا بعد إعاقتي. فهال 20 سنة أنا مسخر نفسي حق الإعاقات الجديدة والقديمة، وحتى غير ذوي الإعاقة لا يعانون من بعد ما أنا عانيت بهالمرحلة هذه. فحبيت اني اكون ايقونه في مساله دمج ذوي الاعاقه في المجتمع، وانه يطالعون الكرسي المتحرك مو وسيله عطف وانه شخص مسكين، لا، كان غواصه انتقل فيها من مقاس لمقاس واحقق فيها انجازات.
حبيبي يعطيك العافيه. فيصل، انت ما شاء الله يعني تخصصت في الغوص كرياضي وكاول غواص واسرع غواص في العالم، وايضا ما شاء الله الشق الثاني عندك انك تخصصت في اقامه الدورات التدريبيه التحفيزيه لذوي الاعاقه وغير ذوي الاعاقه. شلون تشوف اليوم التكنولوجيا ممكن تخدم قطاع رياضه ذوي الاعاقه وكذلك قطاع الدورات التدريبيه، خصوصا انت في فتره الكورونا الله لا يعيد ذيك الفتره كان لك تجربه مع الاونلاين، متدربينك وطلبتك من خلال الاونلاين تعطيهم بظروف الكورونا.
طبعا وجود التكنولوجيا شيء وايد مهم في حياتنا، اولا في مساله دمجنا في المجتمع. رياضيا اذا بتكلم، انا قبل ربعي كانوا يروحون على القواري صوب المركز العلمي وغيره يتمشون، فانا كنت اروح وياهم، كنت اقعد يحسبون كم كيلو بالابل ووتش وغيره وكذي قبل سنين طويله. فما كنت اقعد انا طالب لي عصيري وقاعد بس كذي او اتمشى على الخفيف، فكان في نوع من العزله الغير مباشره. لكن باستخدام التكنولوجيا اليوم انا يوميا اقطع 8 10 12 كيلو بالويل شير حالي حالهم واسابقهم، واحسب كم كيلو متر قاعد اقطع، كم خطوه، كم كيك باستخدام التكنولوجيا. الابل ووتش الحين فيها ميزه خاصه تحسب لك كم خطوه بالويل شير. اليوم انا اذا بقعد اسولف بالتليفون ما له داعي اوقف واتعطل عن ربعي وانعزل عنهم بالرياضه. الايربود موجوده استخدمها. انا قاعد اتكلم عن شغلات حيل بسيطه، فما بالكم بالشغلات الطبيه والعلميه الكبيره حيل اللي تساعدنا. انا في المجال الطبي، انا اعشق الاداره الطبيه، كون انه انا كرئيس تنفيذي في مركز مختص في تاهيل من الاصابات، فوجود التكنولوجيا اللي تساعد وتأهل ذوي الإعاقة قليلة ونادرة عندنا هنا. الحمد لله الديرة مو مقصرة، وألف الحمد والشكر إن إحنا في ديرة مثل الكويت اللي قاعد توفر لنا كل احتياجاتنا، وأي باب مسؤول نطقه قاعد يعرف شنو احتياجنا. المسؤول ما يطق علينا الباب يقول شو اللي ناقصكم، لازم إحنا نروح ونبرز بهالمؤتمرات وغيره بالتعاون مع الجهات عشان نبين لهم شنو، والحمد لله كلهم اذان صاغيه لنا وقاعد يوفون. لكن في شغلات التكنولوجيا البسيطه وفي الكبيره. اليوم انا عشان اجيكم هني انتم تدقون السياره سلف وتجون على طول. انا عشان ادق سيارتي سلف وهي على طول لازم في قبلها في شيء، في ستيب، في جهاز يركب بالسياره واسويه، واخذ لي سياره متوفره فيها امور تكنولوجيه تساعدني بالحكي، تساعدني في التاتش، تساعدني باي شيء بالاشارات. فوجود التكنولوجيا شيء حيل كبير بحياتنا. بالغوص، انا لما اجي اغوص واكسر رقم شخص ايرلندي ما عنده اعاقه من 2011 ل 2018 ما حد كسر رقمه، و10 كيلو متر يعني مسافه جسرين على الخط السريع تحت الماء. هل من الطبيعي اني انا اغوص بدون استخدام التكنولوجيا؟ مو بجسمي، بادوات تخليني مركز تحت الماء. اكيد لازم استخدم التكنولوجيا اللي تخليني اصير بطل انافس اخواني من غير ذوي الاعاقه. فهذا الشيء اللي خلاني مساهم بشكل كبير اني اندمج في المجتمع. ارقامي القياسيه الثاني والثالث نفس الشيء. انا لما اجي اغوص باكواريوم دبي مول بوجود 18 شارك، بعضهم اليف بعضهم ما يتغشمر. زين، لما يكونون فيها النوع اللي ما يتغشمر لابد في وجود اجهزه تكنولوجيه لازم نستعين فيها من بعض الشركات شويه تنحشهم عني علشان اقدر اروح واحقق حلمي اني اصير اسرع غواص على ويل شير في اكواريوم دبي مول. زين، هالتكنولوجيا هذه ساعدتني بشكل حيل كبير اني اندمج في المجتمع بشكل اكبر. مثل ما قلت لكم رياضه الجري، الحديد امل منها مرات. رياضه الجري اشارك ربعي بالقار يروحون يردون، فانا قاعد امارسها بالشكل المطلوب. من ناحيه التدريب، السؤال الثاني لاخوي عبد الكريم
السريع لان وقتك
ان شاء الله
ناخذ
نص دقيقه ما تساوي.
وبعدين لاحظ قاعد اسوي لك هالتكنولوجيا ترى ما بقاطعه فقاعد اسوي له هذه.
زين، وجود التدريب شيء وايد مهم في حياتي، وانا هذا شغفي ويوميا ادرب. لما اكون على ويل شير والمسرح بهالطريقه، المدرب مو نفس المحاضر، محتاج يحوس بين الناس، فلا بد اني استخدم التكنولوجيا اللي على الشاشه والتكنولوجيا الثانيه من اجهزه وادوات تساعدني. المساله محتاجه شغلتين. الشخص اللي عنده إعاقة مو بس يتحلطم على الجهات الحكومية والخاصة سووا لنا ونبي وبس، لا، لازم هو من نفسه يعطي، وفي عملية مشتركة. باختصار اللي بوصله إنه في شخص عنده إعاقة، مصطلح ثاني معاق، لو نزاح المعيق في حياته فلا يوجد لا معيق ولا معاق، فأنا زحت المعيقات في حياتي فأمارس حياتي مثل الشخص اللي يمشي على بيئة يمكن أحيانا أحسن. فبالتالي إذا ما في معيق ما في معاق.
بيض الله وجهك. شكرا يا فيصل. طبعا الف شكر. اسرع غواص بالعالم فيصل موسوي. وتنويه بسيط دكتور خالد، كل شيء خزني الوقت تدري. تنويه بسيط ان هذه النماذج اللي موجوده معاكم على المسرح اقسم بالله ما راح يكفينا لا 7 دقائق ولا ساعه ولا ساعتين لو بنذكر ربع المشوار اللي مشيناه في هذه الدنيا الى ان وصلنا الى خشبه المسرح. راح يظلمنا الوقت يعني شهر كامل قدام. لذلك احنا نحاول نقدم فلاشات ولا هالابطال هذه ما يختزنهم والله الوقت. فمن ايقونه القوس الى ايقونه الاقتصاد الى ايقونه التعليم الى الإنسان اللي أنا أقول مرهف الحس عالي الذائقة، صوت المعاقين الجميل عبد اللطيف غازي، حياك الله.
عاد أنا صوتي مو جهوري مثل عبد الكريم
يا حبيب أخوك،
فتحملوني شوي. صبحكم الله بالخير. جدا ممتنين لكلية الكويت للعلوم والتكنولوجيا على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر حقيقة مميز، وأنا أعتقد هو انطلاقة حقيقية يعني اكسبلور استكشاف عالم التكنولوجيا والتكنولوجيكال ادفانسز والاي اي، شلون ممكن يخدم ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصه بشكل عام وذوي الاعاقه. واشكر الوزيره كذلك على الحضور وسعاده ممثله الامم المتحده وجميع الحضور. انا طبعا نبذه عني بسيطه، مو يعني انا درست لما اتكلم عن التكنولوجيا فانا ايها من الجانب، عشت في العالمين الغربي والشرقي. عشت في لندن حوالي 10 سنوات، درست في جامعة كوين ماري يونيفرسيتي اوف لندن في السياسة والعلاقة الدولية، وأخذت ماجستير في الانترناشونال سكيورتي في الأمن الدولي من جامعة وورك. واشتغلت في شركة استثمار في كابستون انفستمنت ادفايزرز في لندن، والهيدكوارترز كان في نيويورك. فعشت العالمين، شفت الجانبين، شفت التطور الغربي في التكنولوجيا، وشفت الدعم والخدمات اللي موجودة عندنا بالكويت. طبعا أنا ابتعثت من قبل الكويت، دائما احنا ممتنين للكويت على الفرص الحقيقية اللي قاعد تعطينا إياها والإكواليتي اللي موجود. حبيت إني أنوه على شيء كنقطة بداية نقاش اليوم. نتكلم في مؤتمر أو منتدى مثل هذا، إذا كنا نتكلم عن نقاط نوعا ما فيها انتقاد بناء، دائما احنا نطمح للأفضل، وأن ممكن اليوم في وجود الوزيرة نغير بعض السياسات اللي موجودة اللي ممكن تكون تعرقل. طبعا دائما انتقادنا يكون دائما بناء وليس عكس ذلك. هذا واحد. الشيء الثاني، بالنسبة لي أنا فقدت البصر عمري 8 سنوات، وشاركت في برامج عالمية مثل Arabs Got Talent، والحمد لله نجحت وانتجت ألبوم في الموسيقى في 2020. شاركت كثير فنانين في الوطن العربي، وكذلك ألعب الرياضة وعندي حزام أسود جودو، مثلت الكويت في عدة جوانب. بالإضافة يمكن شفتوا بالفيديو ألعب كرة قدم، لعبت في أوروبا، خذيت هداف الدوري الإسباني أكثر من مرة. فطبعا هذا اللي وصلت له اليوم أكيد من فضل الكويت، وأكيد يعني فضل الخدمات اللي عندنا. الكويت حقيقة وليس مجاملة، وليس مو لأن هي بلدي، تقدم حقيقة. واعتقد يمكن ممثلة الأمم المتحدة يمكن تتفق معنا بهذا الكلام. الاتفاقية اللي وقعتها الكويت في 2013 في الالتزام مع الأمم المتحدة بتطوير الجانب المتعلق في ذوي الإعاقة. حاليا أنا أشتغل كباحث في العلوم السياسية لحكومة الكويت، وأتشرف جدا إني أخدم بلدي بعد ما هم بعثوني في الخارج. وواجبنا إحنا اليوم نرد نعيد ونكون ببلدنا ونخدم بلدنا ونتمسك برؤية صاحب السمو الشيخ مشعل ورؤية الكويت 2035 اللي مهمة جدا، اللي يتكلم من ضمنها هي الرؤية اللي فيها الديجيتاليزيشن وسبورت ذا هيومن كابيتال. اعتقد هذا اليوم احنا هدفنا ان شلون احنا ندعم راس المال البشري. انا ممكن الاسباب اللي خلتني اشارك في هذا المنتدى، واجهت نوعا ما طبعا بالكويت في قوانين تضمن توظيف ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصه وذوي الاعاقه ستريت اواي، يعني ما تنطر لا ديوان خدمه يفتح او يسكر، وهذا شيء جدا ايجابي. وكل دائره حكوميه لابد انها تقبل 4% من ذوي الاعاقه كل سنه. وطبعا في سبورت حق القطاع الخاص، القطاع الحكومي اذا ياخذ اكثر من هذه النسبه. لكن انا تجربتي كانت نوعا ما تحتاج النظر فيها. للاسف في المجلس الطبي لما نتوظف، طبيعي كل الموظفين يمر عليهم، احنا نفحص طبيعي، والحمد لله انا فحصت وكل شيء كان تمام، لكن كانوا يطلبون منا فحص البصر believe it or not. فما ادري يعني هذا من الامور اللي المفروض احنا نتجاوزها نوعا ما، او نشوف طريقه او قانون او ناخذ قرار فيها او اعاده تاسيس الموضوع بحيث ان نلغي هذا الشرط، خصوصا اذا انا كنت حامل وبيدي شهاده اعاقه شديده بصريه. فهم الجماعة خلونا نتجه إلى لجنة للأسف هي مختصة بالشبكية، ما لها علاقة لا بالتكنولوجيا ولا يعرفون المكفوفين شلون يستخدمون التكنولوجيا. فبالتالي كانوا يعطونا بناء على هذه اللجنة لائق أو غير لائق في العمل، وبعدين احنا ناخذ إعفاء من الوزارة أو أي الجهة الحكومية. فبالتالي أعطوني غير لائق وأنا كواليفايد يعني. فأنا يعني حضور الوزيرة يعني هذه الأمور اللي احنا نحتاج فيها تطوير نوعا ما خصوصا في المجال الطبي، يا احنا نلغي هذا الموضوع الشرط البصر خصوصا إذا احنا عندنا شهادة إعاقة بصرية، أو إذا كانت للجنة ضرورة لابد تكوين لجنة وتشكيل لجنة من ناس مختصين مو متعلقة في البصر، لأن أنا اوريدي يعني بلايند. فبالتالي ممكن نكون لجنة دكاترة بالسايكولوجي، بالفلسفة، بالتكنولوجيكال ادفانسز، بالاسيستيف تكنولوجي، على ضوءها ممكن ياخذون قرار اذا هذا الشخص لائق للعمل او غير لائق للعمل. لكن للاسف اللي انا واجهته نوعا ما كان تجربه ليست بالجيده، وانا واثق ان اليوم الوزيره هي راح تاخذ هذا الموضوع وهي الله يحفظك.
كفو دكتوره، كفو، هذا اللي تعودنا عليه. الله يبيض وجهك.
وانا دائما
بيض الله وجهك.
وانا يعني الكويت دائما اقول ان هي نموذج حقيقي. اليوم لما نشوف احنا توقيع الكويت في 2013 مع الامم المتحده دعم للمعاقين وعدم الديسكريميشن اجينست ذم، هذا شيء جدا مهم، واعتقد مو غريبه على الكويت، بلد الانسانيه واحنا نموذج حقيقي. احنا بالخدمات اللي
دقيقه عبد اللطيف، معك دقيقه حبيبي.
نعم دقيقه اوكي. والكويت تقدم خدمات هي متفوقة على بعض الدول حتى المتقدمة الغربية، لكن احنا اليوم نتكلم عن التكنولوجي ونتكلم عن الاويرنس اللي مهم اللي احنا نوصل له ونعدل. نقطة أخيرة، وايد من المكفوفين في العالم الغربي يدرسون سايبر سكيورتي، كمبيوتر ساينس، طب، وهم من مايكروبيولوجي. أنا عندي أصدقاء ويشتغلون بجوجل وجونسون اند جونسون، وأنا متأكد أن مع احتضان الكويت لنا اكيد راح نوصل ونقدم شيء جدا كبير. وشكرا لكم، واتمنى ان هذا الدسكشن يكون دائما فروتفول، ودائما احنا نكون دائما بنائين ونسعى ان نتمسك برؤيه سمو الامير الشيخ مشعل، وننهض بالكويت ان شاء الله الى عهد جديد، digitalization, AI and diversification إن شاء الله.
شكرا يا عبد اللطيف، شكرا يا اخوي، شكرا فناننا ومهندسنا الجميل، الله يحفظك. طبعا بدقيقه ما راح نطول يعني، لكن خلصنا احنا وصلنا الرساله، لكن خلوني اقدم بطاقه شكر كبيره جدا لهذا الصرح العلمي الاكاديمي كليه الكويت للعلوم والتكنولوجيا لأشياء كثيرة، ولكن في شيء اليوم لفت انتباهنا الأربعة تقريبا، أو يمكن اسم الله عليه عبد اللطيف لأنه يمشي إحنا الثلاثة. اللي البارح أنا وياك محاتينه شنو كنا؟
احنا كنا نحاتين مسرح. للأمانة احنا اليوم أقدم تحية لكلية العلوم والتكنولوجيا، اليوم كلية الكويت للعلوم والتكنولوجيا على المصعد اللي سووه.
أبهرتونا.
لأن العادة المسارح مو مهيئة حق ذوي الإعاقة.
أقسم بالله أبهرتونا. البارح اتكلم انا وساره بالتلفون، كنا محاتين موضوع المسرح، تقول لي تعتقد بيحطون لنا رامب؟ احنا الرامبات احيانا تكون مقاساتها مو سيفتي.
توني شفته من هني قاعد
فيصل ابهروني
شكله راح نقلب لورا يوم شفت المصعد.
انا بصور برنامجي كله عندكم هنا بالمسرح. دكتور والله يعني ما حسبكم دكتور على المسرح، خشبة المسرح ينحط لها مصعد، هذه جديدة للأمانة. فتحية كبيرة دكتور خالد البقاعي، والله العظيم والله ترفع لكم القبعة. هذه الأشياء البسيطة يا جماعة يمكن غير المعاقين يمرون عليها مرور الكرام، احنا بالنسبة لنا حياة، بالنسبة لنا كيان كامل.
أنا بضيف على أخوي عبد الكريم، اليوم إحنا نبي سهولة وصول وأكسسبيلتي، إن ما نحتاج أحد، ما نطلب مساعدة أحد. فاليوم لما أنتم يكونوا بادرتوا بهذه المبادرة الطيبة وحسيتوا فينا بدون ما إحنا نخاف، إحنا صاعدين الرام
رام ماكو خلاص.
عبد الكريم يمكن
سيفتي ماكو رامات.
وإن شاء الله نتمنى كل المسارح والجامعات والأماكن الثانية يسوون نفس هذه المبادرة
بإذن
الطيبة
الله.
اللي قدمتوها لنا.
دكتورة يستاهلون صراحة شهادة تقدير كبيئة صالحة للمعاقين كلية الكويت للعلوم والتكنولوجيا، والله العظيم تستاهلون والله. طيب
قبل عبد الكريم بس، أنا سنة 2019 يمكن أول دعوة كانت لي دكتور خالد كان داعيني هني. 2019 كنت معطي محاضرة في المسرح ما كان في رام.
صح.
سبحان الله من 2019 للحين المسرح، تذكر دكتور محاضرتي
بركات الدكتور خالد.
المسرح كان سبحان الله، بس لقى الاحتياج، كان يقول انا اول شخص عنده اعاقه يعطي محاضره عندنا، فحسينا باحتياج لوجود رامب للمسرح، فسبحان الله جت الحين مو رامب
بيض
لنا مصعد.
اي والله بيض الله وجهكم، وشكر طبعا لكل القائمين على هذا الصرح، واحد واحد، يعني انا ما اقدر اقول كل الاسماء، لكن شخص شخص، وايضا اللجنه المنظمه من هذا المؤتمر الدولي لتكنولوجيا المعاقين، ولا ننسى ايضا ايقونتنا اخوي ابراهيم المطوع اللي اذيناه معانا تنسيق، ومواعيدنا شوي كانت ايام صعبه، وخواتي واخواني كلكم. طيب انا باختم بسؤال واحد، زين؟ ابي استغل فرصه وجود الاكاديميين، الله يحييكم ان شاء الله، سواء من داخل الكويت او من خارج الكويت، والاكاديميين اللي موجودين معنا، لانه في قضيه جدليه اصبحت جدليه. أنا تمر علي في برامجي في تلفزيون الكويت بالذات برامج المعاقين، ودائما ينطرح السؤال، اليوم أهل مكة أدرى بشعابها كما يقول المثل. احنا اليوم 4 من الأبطال ذوي الإعاقة الحركية والبصرية. أبي أطرح على نفسي وعليكم سؤال علشان ننهي هذا الجدل. أقل من دقيقة دكتور. دائما يقولون يعني في الكويت وبرا الكويت، أمانة أغلب الدول اللي نزلتها يرفضون، غير المعاقين يرفضون كلمة ذوي الإعاقة. لا أنا أدري رفضهم لأنها يعني نوع من التعاطف والحب. لا احنا نسميكم أصحاب الهمم، احنا نسميكم ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة. يا جماعة احنا بنوصل رسالة اليوم، احنا نعتز ونفتخر بكلمة معاقين، والله العظيم، واخواني الأربعة موجودين معي، مسمانا ذوي إعاقة، لا نخجل منها ولا نتضايق منها، ولا بالعكس نعتز ونفتخر. ايش رايك ساره؟ اي او لا؟
أكيد.
اكيد.
إيه.
مسمانا
الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة.
ذوي الإعاقة ولا نتضايق منها. فيصل.
اكيد الاشخاص من ذوي الاعاقه فيها احترام كبير،
نعم،
ورقي كبير لنا.
عبد اللطيف.
اكيد 100%.
حبيبي انهينا هذا الجدل. شكرا، لأن رب العزة سبحانه وتعالى كرمنا بالقرآن وسمانا بأسماء إعاقاتنا، ليس على الأعمى حرج ولا على الأعرج حرج والمعوقين منهم، سمانا بالاسم، فهذا أكبر تكريم من رب العزة، فإحنا نعتز فيه. في النهاية شكرا لقلوبكم، شكرا بحجم السماء دكتورتنا أمثال، يعطيك ألف عافية دكتور خالد، مكتب الأمم المتحدة، كل المنظمات، ألف شكر، وقفتكم عزيزة وقلوبكم وقفت قبل تقوم أجساد. شكرا، ألف شكر. شكرا إخواني، سارة المرهون، فيصل موسوي، عبد اللطيف غازي، أبطال.
ما أتوقع في كلمات مكتوبة تكفي شكركم، بس فعلا شكرا من القلب. Thank you to our amazing panelists for a truly inspirational panel discussion. And now we would like to welcome on stage the Chairman of the Board of Trustees of Kuwait College of Science and Technology, Her Excellency Ambassador Nabila Abdullah Al-Mulla, and Professor Khalid Al-Baqa'in for the honoring ceremony. We invite Her Excellency Dr. Amthal Al-Hwela, Minister of Social Affairs, Family and Childhood Affairs, to receive a token of gratitude. we invite Her Excellency Ambassador Ghada Tahir to receive a token of gratitude. And now, a token of appreciation to our icons. We ask Your Excellencies to welcome Mr. Abdelkarim Al-Anazi. Ms. Sarah Al-Marhoun. Mr. Faisal Al-Musawi. And Mr. Abdulatif Ghazi. نبي صورة جماعية جميلة. And now an extension of our tokens of appreciation. Please welcome on stage, on behalf of UNESCO, Professor Anas Bouhlal. We welcome on stage, on behalf of KFAS, Ms. Nada Al Faris. We welcome on stage, on behalf of Kuwait University, Mr. Saleh Al-Ruwayih. we welcome on stage, on behalf of Kuwait Institute for Science Research, Dr. Ali Al-Gallaf. We welcome on stage, on behalf of Meda Center, Qatar, Dr. Ashraf Uthman. We'd like to welcome on stage, on behalf of IEEE Kuwait Section, Dr. Ali Al-Faili. If our guests can please join us on stage for a group picture. For a group picture, please. Thank you so much. We thank our partners in the organization of this conference.
Later on, we decided that to be commercially successful, it has to be accessible for everybody. It has to be useful for everybody. Otherwise, establishments won't make the investments required to actually get an indoor map made. Today, we have a very successful startup in this space, which is called Highway Plus, and it is now providing solutions for indoor navigation at multiple places. So this is where I want to have, so we have this lab called Assistive. The focus of this is a very unique lab. And the focus of this lab is mobility and education of people with visual impairment. And the objective of this particular lab is to touch 1 million lives, okay, in terms of the solutions that we produce. And as I mentioned earlier, we work very closely with people with visual impairment. A couple of them actually work in the lab. Now this has created a National Center for Assistive Health Technology. So we have, if any of you happen to visit Delhi for any reason, I invite you to come and visit this National Center, because under one roof, we have hundreds of solutions for people with blindness and people with low vision at one center. So we are developing it as an ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research sponsored center, which actually at one place provides resources, training, and everything for people with visual impairment. Before I end my talk and open it up for any Q&A, depending on the time available, I would just like to sort of briefly go over my visit to the blind school yesterday. So very nice, very spacious, very large, very good facilities. But I found that I didn't see one single, very good investment on braille presses, very modern, typical braille presses were available and braille books are getting printed and being made available to all the students. But I didn't see a single tactile diagram. This is a mistake that we are making. I would strongly urge that we will ready to collaborate, people, and either make tactile books for you, but even we can train people here who can actually make the tactile books here itself, because you have a small number of students, you don't need large number of copies unlike India. So you could actually design and make tactile books, because that's absolutely essential for them if they have to go beyond subjects which are only textual. Because please remember, Braille is primarily a technology, is a script, and can only represent languages. It is, imagine studying biology without seeing a picture of a body. So a lot of other concepts that are related to normal day-to-day conversation, the imagination of a person who has been, let's say, congenitally blind is very different, because the person, somebody who has sighted and lost their blindness, vision, is somewhat different. At least they have some imagination of things as they have seen it. But children who are congenitally blind, who have never seen, they have very vague imagination of even normal conversation that we do day to day, because we assume a lot of things in terms of shape, sizes, and so on and so forth, which could be completely missing. So tactile diagrams is essentially. The last thing which I would make is very nice conference that's being organized here. I'm really grateful for this. We have a conference called Empower, which we started around 7 years back, and that's held in the month of October. And again, this will be held in October in Delhi. And I invite people who are interested in ST technology to come and join the conference. And I will share the links and other things. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Balakrishnan, for the illuminating keynote address, which has set a profound tone for the conference ahead. So now we are opening the floor for questions and answers. Any questions from the audience? Yes, please.
Thank you so much for the insightful talk. I would like actually to have your opinion about these developments that a lot of research groups and labs are doing to develop assistive technology. Would you say that it's better actually in order to leverage the accessibility of this kind of technology to promote open access projects, making these projects as open access available for all? Or would you say that it's better to have companies that will, at the end, leverage higher quality documents?
So my own experience generally in computer science is these two go hand in hand. For example, for decades, Linux and Windows have lived together. Where Linux has always been an open. Similarly, today, Android and Sun OS Apple OS is living, iOS is living together. So I think universities, if they are public funded, even other universities should actually do open access. Okay. So I'm not mentioned here because the project is not complete. I'm working on a project for making PDF documents accessible. There's a huge challenge in scientific literature. If somebody becomes, I know people who are lost visual sight later in age, very well educated, now suddenly they can't read any articles, scientific articles, because when you look at equations, when you look at tables, text goes very nicely onto screen readers, but the PDFs do not go very nicely onto screen readers. So we are working on an open access, and hopefully by next year we will be able to make it, you can take a PDF document of any journal published, ACM or IEEE, and it should be able to read it out. So that's a project. So to me, open access is very important. But on the other hand, if companies are, fortunately, for example, Google and Microsoft in this space are much more open access than in other spaces, because the way the space is, there is more public funding, there is more charitable funding, so everybody realizes that it needs to be. But I completely support open access for these. For example, I am bothered about one thing. Today also I saw a lot of demonstrations. It would be nice if at least a base sign language gets developed across the world. Okay, so because every country, small or big, is designing their own sign language and trying to make sign language software. Today animation software developing has become easier, so people are doing it. But somebody in the speech and hearing community should work with international organizations like UN or UNESCO or whichever, and try to at least get a base, because, see, for example, if let's say English were not there, I wouldn't have been here being able to talk to you. Okay. So it's important that the languages spread across the globe and people are able to communicate. Of course, technology will always provide this, but I see that the same challenge in India also, because we have many languages and even sometimes many sign languages, so even within nation we have problems. But this is something that I felt here because a lot of people working on Kuwaiti sign language here, I found that. So, but along with open access, standardization is very important.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Professor, for your excellent presentation. And I have two questions. First is, when we want to develop some solution for people, do we have to consider multiple problems that they are bringing to us, or we have to focus on any specific problem which is more important in a real life based on your experience?
I would say that focus on one specific problem, but keep it open. You see, the fact that at some point the technology is flexible, okay? Especially technologies which are based on digital platforms are pretty flexible. Focus on one, because you have to get a good solution to get the initial buyers. If you don't have a workable solution, and I make the problem very wide, you will not have the buyers even to get their project started. Okay? Some people have to say it's useful to my day-to-day life. So it's important to have focus on. But at some stage, once you think that you have a reasonable handle on that problem, you should actually spread it out. And I can tell you, you will not know from where this push comes. I'll give you just one simple example. The onboard solution, we are completely focused on people with visual impairment. How do they find the route number? How do they find the entry door? We did the first trials on 25 buses in Mumbai, working with the BEST, which is the Mumbai Bus Transport Company. The general manager of BEST, when I went to thank them for allowing us to do those trials, he said, you have developed it for visually impaired, but I am more interested that it actually helps people with limited mobility. Somebody who is not, he can see the route number, he can also see the entry door, but he just takes more time to board the bus, either because of a limp or either old age or a pregnant woman. And I get lots of complaints that the bus didn't stop. Now because your device, finally the bus speaks the device, it alerts the driver and the conductor that somebody with special needs wants to board the bus. So now it will be a moral pressure on him to actually stop for the passenger. So the use case actually got expanded, not by us, but by the stakeholders.
Thank you. Thank you again, Professor Balakrishnan. So now I would like to invite the chair of the conference, Professor Khalid Al-Baqa'in, to join us on stage to present a token of appreciation to Professor Balakrishnan for his valuable contribution to ATSN 2024. Okay, so now we'll have the pleasure of hearing from our second esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Ashraf Uthman, who will be talking about Jumla Sign Language Framework. Dr. Uthman is the head of ICT Accessibility Innovation and Research Section at Mada Assistive Technology Center, Qatar. Dr. Uthman has been at the front of integrating AI technologies to enhance accessibility. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Ashraf Uthman.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So first I would like to thank the organizer of this top well-organized conference, Kuwait College of Science and Technology. Everything was well arranged and I really appreciate that. So today it's my pleasure to talk about a project which is very close to my heart, which is related to sign language processing, and that aims to make the communication with the deaf community accessible, even between them or from people who are hearing and non-hearing. I came from Mada Center, so it's a private institution, and we are working under the umbrella of the Ministry of Social Development and Family in the state of Qatar. I'm the head of research and innovation, and mainly I'm working to unlock the potential of persons with disability using technology with a vision to enhance the ICT accessibility in Qatar and beyond. In my presentation today, I will go through mainly 5 topics. So I will start by talking about the Media Innovation Program, which is an ecosystem that we put in place to enhance the life of persons with disability using technology. We will go through the Jumla sign language and some applications on sign language processing that increase the digital accessibility level within the hearing, non-hearing community. As a first step and as a cornerstone, we start to see what are the policies that are in place to make this technology suitable for persons with disability and also as a tool as a bridge to make their life more independent and to ensure an inclusive society. As you can see here, we started in 1975 by putting in place the right of disabled person, and here there is an interest worldwide that people with disability has right to access to information, has access to use technology, has access to use government services, and go on. And still was not stopped in 75 because it was not enough. So they need to build and develop more policies until we reach in 2015 by the Sustainable Development Goals, where they highlight explicitly that inclusive education was one of the top priority worldwide. And as you can see here, by 2019, we put in place, 2017, sorry, we start by putting in place the Media Innovation Program that is mainly focused on putting in place a whole ecosystem for innovation and research. And the first thing, they start from identifying the use case from the end user, who are the person with disability and the elderly, and I really appreciate all the presentation that always they start from the problem seen within the community as a first step. After that, we try to investigate in lots of layers. So we start by the policies, the best practices, training, building capability, and also to provide data and research and to work on innovation and design capability. All of these will have as an output a new and innovative assistive technology that really support persons with disability during their daily activity. And at MEDA, we mainly focus on education, community, and employment as they are the pillar and our mandate in Qatar. Here, Laib, our mascot during the World Cup, Qatar 2022. So always we are proud as we've seen increased potential on interest on digital accessibility, and also for the hearing non-hearing community who are deaf. So why we need to work on sign language processing? Why? So what's the reason that this make the center interested in such a topic? So the first thing that we need to ensure that the society is inclusive for everyone. No one is set behind, and also to increase the number of available assistive technology that are linked to sign language, and also to increase the number of developed tools that can be used in terms of communication. Here our avatar, this is the final output. I will start by the output, and after that I will go about the methodology and research that we conduct. Here, as you can see, once we start working on avatar technology, and we try to put in place not a very simple avatar. So our mission is to have like a true realistic human-like avatar that is able to communicate with person with disability. It's purely developed in-house at MEDA, and it's called Muhammad. And it's a registered trademark now within our center, and is able to communicate and to provide message in sign language, in Qatari sign language mainly, for the deaf community. And really how this avatar will support them. So we are not working on, we put in place an avatar and we stop at that level. No, we need to put in place a real life application that really enhance the communication with the deaf community. And here it comes
تنظيم فعالية وزارة التنمية الاجتماعية والأسرة بالتزامن مع الأسبوع العالمي للصم.
The video with sound. Okay, so here as you can see in this picture, during COVID-19, so we were obliged to use masks, so in order to make more safety for everyone. However, for the deaf people was not the good solution for them, because they are not using only the hands when they try to communicate. They are also using the face at the same time. And this is one of the main issues. So we thought about having like a transparent mask in order to see the lips, how they are synchronized with the hands. And here it comes about what is sign language mainly, so how people are communicating. So they have two aspects. So we have the part of the non-manual features who are like linked to the facial expression, the body movement, even the anything emotions. And also we have the part of the manual feature that are mainly linked to the hands. So when they are starting with others, and here for the hand there are two types of hands. We have a dominant hand that mainly used for to pass the strong message, and the non-dominant hand to support the first hand. And here we thought about to have a framework that will cover all aspects of sign language processing within our center. So we will go through not only working on the avatar technology, because the avatar technology was the last step. So this is the final thing that we need to do in terms of generating and synthesizing the output in sign language, because we need to work on sign language detection, sign spotting, clustering, segmentation, annotation of the data, because there is not enough data available when we try to use machine learning. All of these tasks are not easy to put in place, so we need to identify what are the main priorities that we need to work on. Sign language processing, it's not like linked to, let's say, NLP, natural language processing. It's covering a big area. So it starts from computer vision, artificial intelligence, machine learning. Nowadays it's deep learning, generative AI, etc. And it's in the middle of these clusters of the new technology that are in place. Our Joomla up to date, we started in 2019. So we have right now the avatar technology in place, and also we have some tools that are supporting this technology in order to facilitate the communication between deaf and for the deaf. Here our studio that we put in place starting from 2019. It's a well-sophisticated studio that is mainly dedicated for capturing all the motion done by a deaf person. So we invite the deaf community within our design of the project. They wear a full suit of sensors, and also we track all the emotions on the face, all the facial expression, everything we try to record. So from the deaf person, and after that we try to clone into the avatar, so to see if they are matching properly or not. And here, as you can see, we have like a set of cameras. There is like motion capture suit. Also, we track with the camera in front of the face, and based on that, we try to migrate all this data in our avatar. Here, as you can see, as an example, so from the recording phase, after that, we have a process of cleaning the data, so we have to ensure that it's well done. And also, we sit with the deaf people in order to validate what is the output from the avatar, and it's very important to include person's ability in all steps of the research project. And we reach an accuracy of 98.4% of cloning accuracy within the avatar technology. Here are some applications of the avatar, because we were not stopped, okay, this is a good, that's a very good, well done, but it's not enough. We want to see it in action. So we want to see how it will change the life of the deaf community. Number one, we start putting sign language avatar, sign language translation in Mshirib downtown. So it's the capital of Qatar, in Doha. So as you can see here, the big, large screens outdoor, they have the avatar, which is translating what is written in the screen. Also now website become accessible because we have an avatar, realistic avatar with facial expression and emotions translating the written content in the website. Also we have the customer service, which is the chatbot. That is now the chatbots purely using sign language recognition from the deaf, and also to provide the answer in sign language using the avatar technology. And also during the Aegean Cup 2024, inside the stadium, we are translating the audio announcement during the football games into sign language on the large screens. So here we are making all the information in all different formats accessible for the deaf community. In addition to that, we can use the avatar also to make stories accessible for the kids. And also, we are working on releasing all our data as open access to increase the number of solutions in the future for the community. So it's not like a very close project at Mada. Here I will go on some more research. So what we are doing, it's very good in terms of avatar technology. However, now once we start moving inside the classroom and how to make the curriculum accessible for the deaf persons, it wasn't an easy task. to be honest, because there is first resistance. Second, how we will design the curriculum in sign language once we try to use avatar technology. And here it was our aim to use the VR. So once they wear the VR headset, the deaf student, and they start to communicate with the avatar technology, especially once we have like gloves and other format. And here we target to reach teachers, students, parents, and beginner interpreters to make this curriculum accessible, also to develop new learning content for them. We follow a methodology as like any research project. So we start to have like to think about the outcome, what are the linguistics, what are the aspects of sign language, what are the barriers that you can face, and how we will solve this problem. This is for the course design. And here, as you can see, we try to make some experiments inside the classroom where we invite the teachers and students to use the VR. And as you can see, they are seeing Muhammad inside the immersive environment and start to interact and select and learn new signs in sign language using VR technology. And we found that there is an acceptance of 94% that it can support teachers in teaching sign language inside the classroom, which is that we see that it's a good result. However, we need to think more about the data, because it's not easy to design such kind of curriculum. There is not enough data. Everything has to go manual. All data has to be recorded inside our studio, and which is not like feasible in short term. So here is the challenge that we face, because 78% of the participants believe that this technology is very good. However, there is a limitation in terms of a curriculum, especially once we go to the maths, science, chemistry, whatever the course. It's not easy to make it available in sign language. Sure, please. Also, one of the things that we thought about, so because we have this issue of data, and nowadays with large language models, how we can use this new technology in order to accelerate the process of generating the new data for sign language. I will start by this example. Here, as you can see, for example, in Arabic, أهدى لؤي وأخي أمهما هدية قيمة خلال العيد الماضي. If we try to think about it in sign language, it's not an easy sentence. It's very complicated, and it's not translated word by word. So we have to think that it's translated into first thing, the time, last feast, and لؤي, it has to be signed finger spelled, so letter by letter, because it's a noun. Also the brother, and we need to place the brother in one position on my space, and after that the mother in another position, and I need to try to link between them using the eye gaze during the signing. And also we have the gift, and the gift which is the classifier means it's a very valuable gift, so it's not a very simple sign. And give, it will have to movement from right to left side during the signing. All of these we cannot record in terms as dictionary. All of them, these signs are based on the context of the sentence, and this makes it very complicated when we try to reach linguistics level. And this is the old way how we are doing, and once we started, and at the end, putting a machine translation from written format to sign language is about a problem of machine translation, and is part of the natural language processing field. We thought about using ChatGPT, Gemini, and Ernie, these well-known large language models worldwide, and can they be able to translate like from English to Arabic or Arabic to English? So let's think about it from Arabic to sign language. So what will be the output? And based on that, we try to do a quantitative and qualitative assessment based on this data, and we see if it's accurate or no. The first step, we try to put as an input translation, manual translated sentences, and based on that we try to use ChatGPT and all similar large language models, and based on 3 metrics like cosine, Jaccard, and Evenstein distance, we see how is done accordingly to the human translation, and we reach a good result of 86% accuracy using Gemini, Google Gemini large language models, and it's a good result for us because at the end, as you can see here for Gemini, once we try to compare, so in red from the left side, it's few changes that we need to put in place only. However, for example, earlier it was totally wrong. So Gemini and ChatGPT provided a very good result. Maybe working on the prompts will make it more accurate and we can achieve better accuracy. It's a good way to generate new now artificial data sets for sign language. So here, at the end, what's the objective? So at the end, we want to make our avatar performing properly and providing as a tool of digital accessibility. And using this large language model, it's a good result in terms of when we try to compare the output. And however, we need to work more on the review process. We need to involve experts during the evaluation of this technology. So one of the things that I would like to work on that, once we started this project in 2019, what we faced that the deaf community was not accepting the avatar technology. So there is a resistance. This avatar could not replace human translator and interpreters. And whatever we do, even with accuracy of 98%, with human-like look, so there is like rejection of this technology. So we start with the sample folks group, we invite them, see it, evaluate it, are you able to understand? All the answers was no, and we are not working on this project. So I thought about starting from 2020, I said, okay, I will stop working on this avatar and I need to understand what was the main issue of this avatar within the deaf community. So we called a project that is called Technology Acceptance of Signing Avatar. We try to identify the cause behind this rejection and resistance for this avatar technology. Here, as you can see, balloon, for example. So balloon, it's a very complicated sign. However, our avatar excels in terms of interpretation. Facial expression, emotions is there, body movement, everything. However, the deaf people, they said, no, this is not a good translation. So what is a good translation at this step? So we try to identify the perceived usefulness of this avatar. Is it easy to use, and why it's not accepted? The behavior in regards to the avatar, and the attitude towards avatar technology. So I have many things in my mind, but I couldn't say, okay, because this reason or this another reason, but we need to interview them directly and properly. And this is what we did. So we invited 40 deaf participants, and we provide them a video translation by human, and the avatar, and a set of questions in sign language. And we try to investigate what was the main issue behind this rejection. And which is good, we eliminate the role of the sign language interpreter because all the question was provided in video based. So there is no interaction with human interpreters. And we use the TAM model, technology acceptance model, which was extended to the avatar technology. And we did a quantitative and qualitative assessment of all the output from these interviews. What we found, so this as a summary, so I will not go in details of this acceptance model. So the first thing, sign language interpreters are providing, I will not say it as a wrong justification, that they will replace us, so mainly. So what they receive, the deaf community, once they deal with avatar technology, always from the human interpreter, they said, oh, this is a robot, and they will replace us, and tomorrow you will not find us, and you will be in problem once we try to communicate with others. However, what we did, we say, okay, our tool is not replacing humans. It's not like ChatGPT that will replace some functions and job roles, but a way to make the information accessible in the absence of the sign language interpreters. So, and this has changed the way how they are providing us the answer, and they said, yes, it's not replacing, and we need it to make all information accessible, especially by night when I try to browse some website, or when I use mobile application, or I want to go to the bank or something for more privacy reasons. And this is what are the main, let's say, behavior attitude that we work on that. In addition to that, and maybe here it has to be between quotes, that the deaf community in Qatar, they are not perceived as person with disability, they are perceived as minority of people. So means that from social perspective, they are considering them as a new community, that they have their own language and they don't want to communicate with the others. And if we want to bridge this way of communication, we need to learn sign language from our side and to communicate with them. It's like two countries and they want to communicate to each other. So this is a big, big issue from social perspective, because dealing with a minority is not like dealing with person with disability. And this will change also our mind to provide the new avatar technology in a different way as a tool of communication, like using Google Translator or any technology tool. And from general attitude, so 92% have seen that avatar technology are very good in terms of an accessibility, digital accessibility platform, and also 67% see that is a complementary technology to the human interpreters, and from our side we have to agree on such results. So almost I'm done for this project. In brief, I didn't go in very detail, and I would like also to invite you to visit our lab, so where we are showcasing all our innovations and all supported technology that we did. We are based in Qatar, so whenever you have time to visit Qatar, please come and see our lab. Also, I would like to invite you, if you are interested, I'm doing some marketing, it's okay? Okay, as the book chapter, it's a call for paper for book chapter. The book is titled Research on Disability, Technology and Education. The deadline is still far, so you have time if you are interested to publish with us a book chapter. So this is my presentation. Thanks a lot. And whatever you have now I'm talking about is available in my book, Sign Language Processing from Gesture to Meaning. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Asher, for the enlightening presentation. So now we'll open the floor for questions and answers.
Right, thank you, Doctor, for the very nice presentation. I have a question regarding the applications of the sign language. You provided the second application is writing the Muhammad in the websites. Why do we need the Muhammad sign language in written text? I know that the deaf people can read very well.
Okay, as a question, they cannot read very well.
Maybe most of them, maybe.
What we've seen in Qatar, I would say in the context of Qatar, their level of reading and writing is very low. So even I have some colleagues who are deaf within my team, and they are working mainly on the annotation. They are not writing in the proper way. So for example, they are writing how they are signing, and this is the big issue. For example, if she wants to request for me a leave, for example, on WhatsApp, she will say, أنا مرض إجازة أروح بيت.
By typing, right?
By typing, as you can see. She's not writing properly in Arabic language, but she's writing in the way how she's signing. Mm-hmm. So if I provide her the sentence in Arabic language properly, she cannot understand, because she wants to see it as she signs, because it's based on the visual. And this is the issue. And if you go to the website, for example, of the Ministry of Social Development and try to hover any text and compare it on what is signed, it's totally different. We are not signing word by word. And for this, the project is called Jumla, means that we are translating based on sentences and not based on the words.
And you even explained the example of the gift for what my brother and mother gave me a gift. Yeah. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
So it's not a technical question, so I'm not sure whether it's in your expertise. But just taking on to what I was mentioning at the end, so how much of it will be common between, let's say, Kuwaiti Sign Language and your the sign language that you have been working on? So is this that they are very different, or this people can understand each other? Like, how does it work? Because let's say for me, it's good that so many countries here use Arabic, so they are able to communicate. So if the community is there, even smaller people who are using sign language, so what would be the demography, what would be the population in your country of people who use sign language, and how is it similar to other sign language of the region?
Okay. It's a very good question. So the big problem that we have in Arabic countries is that we don't have a unified Arabic sign language. So there is no, once we try to focus and we talk to the people who are deaf in the region, we have Saudi Sign Language, we have Kuwaiti Sign Language, Qatari Sign Language, Egyptian, Tunisian, Moroccan, and they are totally different. There is no similarity between them. Sometimes you can find some similar signs or unified signs, but it's only 200 signs mainly, which are like countries, very known monument or something like that, or venues or cities. It's the same sign. But in terms of like daily communication, it's totally different. Yeah, and we found that also their vocabulary, it's very limited. So once we try, for example, we put in place avatar for the World Cup website, and we found that there is no signs for lots of terms. And for example, as an example, I would provide it. For example, during the World Cup, Qatar built the metro stations, and it was as preparation of the stadium. There is no sign for the metro. So for the first time, once we are dealing with that, we said, this is the metro. They said, what is the metro? They see the picture, but we don't have a sign for it. So they start and are thinking about new signs, because it's like it's a language at the end. And they said, okay, in Egypt we sign like that. So it means something exiting from underground. However, in their culture, they are more linked to the UK. So the UK, it's like steam train. So and they use the UK sign for their metro in Qatar. So here, and also lots of signs that we have in place. However, if you take the same sign to Egypt or to Saudi, it's totally different. So they sign in another way. So we put in place that say, okay, we have some unified sign, we will use them. However, it's localized for each country. So it's not like replicating in the same way.
Thank you, Dr. Ashraf. It's really added value presentation. I just want to highlight an important issue in education field, that the teachers themselves in their each scientific subject, they confront communication issues in sign language. They have difficulty to understand their sign language, since most of them or some of them are not qualified or from the special education major. Thank you.
Okay, for let's say classroom settings, and we are working closely with Audio Complex, which is the dedicated schools for the deaf in the state of Qatar, and we start implementing the avatar technology inside the classroom. So the main purpose is not to have like a way how to teach the language in sign language, because what we found really once we try to communicate, teachers are teaching sign language and not teaching the courses. For example, if they go inside the classroom and you want to, for example, to have an addition course, so how to make 1 + 1 = 2. So for 2 years, so what is the sign of 1? What is the sign of plus? What is the sign of 1? And equal, and 2. And they start like remembering all these signs, instead of like providing them the proper curriculum to learn maths and not to learn sign language. So this is the big issues. Now with the avatar technology, what we did, we say, okay, we will take a recording from teachers who are not teaching the deaf student, hearing student, and we try to translate it into sign language and provide it to the deaf student in sign language. And it makes a lot of difference. Because from pedagogy side, the message was provided in a proper way, and we are not teaching them sign language, we are teaching them maths, using their own language.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ashraf. I can see that there is a huge interest in the topic, so we have a couple of more questions, but we are already behind the schedule. So we can continue during the break. You can continue the discussion during the break. So now again, I'm kindly asking Professor Khalid Baqain to come on stage to give a token of appreciation to Dr. Ashraf, who was a key contributor to ATSN 2024.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Shukran. Thanks so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So now we'll move to the technical session. So where we'll have 4 very interesting research abstracts and research presentations. So the first one will be titled Development of Pharmacy Sign Language Communication Solution, which will be presented by Engineer Nasser Badr Al-Sunayan. So this work has been done in collaboration with Dr. Ali Al-Gallaf from KISR, Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research. So please join the stage.
Test. Feel how. I would like to thank everyone to attend here. Thanks to the organization to give me the opportunity to present this project that we did in Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research. So this is the development of a pharmacy sign language communication solution. So since 1980s, System and Software Development Department from Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research used to support our friends and families from special needs. So we already knows everyone that communication is an essential element in interaction and communication between the pharmacist and the patient. So, and majority of deaf individuals, of our friends and families, that they struggle reading handouts and medication prescriptions. So this challenge, they may have faced the pharmacist and the deaf individuals difficulties to interact with them. So to tackle this challenge, Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research and especially System and Software Development Department team has collaboration with Ministry of Health, representative in Al-Adam, a clinic, pharmacist. We develop a tool to enhance the communication with deaf individuals. So why we need this such solution? Because the standard and normal solution that they use right now, 24 hours sign language interpreters. So this is like costly and unaffordable. So we came up with this solution for easy communication to enhance the quality of the service for the clinics. So I will get into the system description. So it is a web application, a one-way web application communication with the deaf just from the pharmacist side. So the application is, we installed it on the pharmacy's computers with another screen outside of the pharmacy to face the patients, the deaf individuals. So instructions, and we provide them instructions in form of lists that they give us a list of phrases and words to make the communication faster and easier. And this application also includes a search functionality, and also it has the frequently used word and phrases. We prioritized them on the top of the list of each menu. I will show you this after. So the method is we get an initial list of medication words and phrases from the pharmacist from the Al Adan clinic. Then we develop these lists and categorize them in a way that will be easy for the pharmacists to read them and to choose between them and which one is the best to give the details and medication for the patients. So here we can see the initial, I'm sorry, it's not very in Arabic, not very well, okay, you can't see it. So the method is, this is the initial word, phrases, and list. And after we categorize them in many menus. So this is how we categorize them. This is the special information about the, one of them, this is the special information about the medicines. So we continue on the method. How we did this, we consult a sign language interpreter, and we did search, and we get the expertise from Dr. Mohammed Al-Ramzi, because he has expertise inside and outside Kuwait. So we review all these lists of the words and phrases, and we did meet with him in like sessions, like 2 to 3 to 4 sessions, and we came back with, he did tell us that there are some types of sign language that they use here in Kuwait. So we and him with the pharmacists approved on 310 words and phrases. We did a filter. We have like 1,000 or many phrases and words. So we get the approval of 310 words and phrases. Then we continue, we did a dedicated studio with a good cameraman to shoot and record all these sign language videos, all these 300 words and phrases. And we process them to be compatible for the app. And we also put an embedded captions, like a translation, under each word and phrase, so that the pharmacist may learn from this, the sign language itself, the caption downstairs. He will learn, or he may get some word is wrong, then he will know what's the sign language is. When he choose, maybe he choose something wrong or like this. So the results, we get this is the screen, the pharmacy web interface. This is not shown very well. I will explain it in short. So we have 5 main titles, which is the dosage and how to use the medication and special instructions and general information and MISC. So under dosage, we have 5 drop-down menus. The first one is the medication type, quantity, and repetition, and the duration for this medicine, and the time, when the time he will take it. Then the pharmacist will choose what is the medication he wants, what is the type of the medication, the duration, and the quantity, the time. It's easy, very, very, very easy. He will choose from, let's say, pills like Panadol or the quantity, and he can just click on the first one, the present, or he can use the present all. Then the video will come in a sequence for everything he chooses on the screen. So this is one of the menus, the drop-down menus, how to use the medication. So next, this is the patient screen. The first one is the pharmacist screen. So here we can see Dr. Mohammed Al-Ramzi. He will, this after he choose, the pharmacist choose from the menus, then it will be presented like this. So in conclusion, in future work, we deployed it in the Al-Adan and put it on each laptop for the pharmacist, and we give them training for this. We give them session for trainings, and they officially now, they used it in Al-Adan. And in future, we will spread it in all clinics and even outside clinics, maybe in GCC. And we get the feedback from them, from the pharmacists and the deaf individuals. And right now we are conducting a survey to measure the effectiveness and the usability of this application. And lastly, I should heartily thank the funding for this project, Sanad Kuwaiti Foundation for Disabled Children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Engineer Nasser, for the nice presentation and initiative. So, any question from the audience? So, yes, please.
Yeah.
شكرا على الإلقاء. Thanks for the very nice and interesting project. Thank you. How many pharmacies actually did you use as a for the proof of concept for your deployment?
For the proof of concept, we right now just Al-Adan, because it's just one, because they will use it and they will tell all the, because of one of the pharmacists, she came to us and she had a struggling in this. Then we did develop this with the lists, and she gave us the lists and the phrases and the words.
Okay, so because my question is related that it's not one-way communication.
It is one-way communication.
No, the thing is that when we go to the pharmacy, it's never actually one-way communication. So we do, let's say that the pharmacist does communicate with the patient, telling him actually explaining all what is related to posology, related to the maybe how many times we do it.
Yeah.
How do you expect the next steps, just in the case that the patient doesn't understand very well the recommendations? In the next steps, how do you expect?
In the next steps, we will do like more search about this, and we will ask the pharmacists about getting like more words and phrases, and we will teach most of the pharmacists about the sign language. Maybe this will help us too.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very ambitious project.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So now it's time to move to the next presentation in our first technical session of the day. So entitled Key Sign Start Mobile Application Teaching Kuwait Sign Language for Kids, which will be presented by Mr. Ahmed Al-Hussein.
Good evening, everyone. Hello, my name is Ahmed Husseini. I'm a KCST student. I'm from Computer Engineering Department, and today I will present you with our mobile application KSAN Start, which is a mobile application that it's object to teach Kuwaiti sign language to kids through using an object detection technology based on AI. Our application teaches only the Kuwaiti Sign Language at the moment, and we're focusing on the kids' audience only in the early stages, especially that kids that they can't read at the moment or read the words or text. It's an AI-based application that leverages the object detection technology, and it will link the objects in the environment for the kids to the corresponding sign language based on Kuwaiti Sign Language. Also, it teaches kids how to express these objects only in Kuwaiti Sign Language. Our problem statement, maybe it's not worth mentioning here because everyone knows about how big the problem is, but based on World Health Organization, over 5% of the world at the moment suffering from hearing difficulties, including 34 million children. And in Kuwait, based on the Public Authority for Disability Affairs, there are more than 5,000 citizens in Kuwait. These are the registered numbers. There are numbers not registered, and they do not include non-Kuwaiti people in Kuwait at the moment. And don't get me wrong, 5,000 is a lot compared to the Kuwait population. These numbers, they once were kids and needed an early intervention. Leaving kids to grow up without fitting in the community, is a bad sign, and we need to intervene as soon as possible to let them fit in the community. This is our related work. The main, it's too long to mention at the moment with the time we have, but we mainly focused on the work that have been made on kids. We didn't find any work at the moment that linked the object detection technology directly to the sign language. Maybe we found some dictionaries, we found some text to sign, speech to sign, and vice versa, but we think this is not suitable for kids at all, especially in the early stages. And this will lead us to our proposed solution. We decided to go with a multi-platform application to make it accessible for everyone, mainly for iOS and Android operating systems. And we're only targeting kids at the moment, only kids, early stages, they can't read. And we try to make the learning experience in this mobile application as interactive and attractive for kids as possible with whatever we have at the moment. Here is our proposed diagram. On the right side, if you can see the child learner here, he will point his phone after using the app or the camera to objects in the surrounding environment in his home or anywhere. And then the object recognition module will work and detect those objects. If the object is detected, then it will fetch the name of that object from the dataset and send it to the avatar module to check if we have a corresponding sign, video, for that object that has been detected. And then it will display it for the end user, which is the kid here. On the right side, we decided to go with a separated mode. We called it parent or teacher mode. Only for two main objects, account management, because we don't need the kid to explore the whole features in the application. We also made one feature at the end to let the parents upload the family members' photos for the kid, just to teach him how to express father, mother, sister, and brother at the moment, and he can see the picture of the family member. Here are the technologies we have used. We used You Only Look Once, version 5, which is the OV5. It's a non-objective object detection module. And we used the pre-trained COCO. It's common object in context. It's a pre-trained dataset. Currently, it can detect 80 objects with an accuracy above 96%. We had to use TensorFlow Lite to use this combination and make it usable in our application. We use the Flutter framework because we're targeting, again, 2 operating systems, iOS and Android, and this will make our work much easier. At the end, we designed a 3D avatar animation to teach the kid how to perform the corresponding sign. We went with the 3ds Max and we used the 3D model. Later on, we will show you how it looks. This is the user interface we have. The kid will only interact with these 3 main screens most of the times. This is the main screen. We tried to make it visually engaging for the kid, and we made it as simple as possible. Only one button he can press, and there is an arrow pointing to that button. This is the screen, the camera screen that the kid will go around his environment to explore those objects. As you can see, it can detect maximized to 3 objects as we programmed. And the last screen is the 3D avatar animation that will be teaching the kid how to perform the sign. Here's the main screen. As we mentioned, visual engaging and simplicity, because we're dealing with kids again. This is the camera screen. And worth mentioning here that the model will put like boundary boxes around the object that has been detected, and we limit this to 3 objects just to avoid overlapping. And it will go with the highest 3 confidence rates when it comes to objects. Here's the 3D model we used. It's designed by 3ds Max, as we mentioned as well. We used the child model to make it related to the kid as much as possible. And we just made it easy to follow. Like we made it in a moderate speed that the kids can follow and layer. And we made it in a loop mode, so it will be repeated over and over till the kid press the back button to exit the screen and go back to the screen mode again, to the camera screen, sorry. Here is a demo for the full usage of the application. The kid will press the camera button here. They will go to the camera screen. It can detect up to 3 objects, as we mentioned. This is the max objects we can go with. And if he presses the object, this is the 3D animation that he will get in a repeated mode. And then back, he will go to that screen. He uses it over and over, get back and forth between objects and the sign corresponding to its language. It's like a vocabulary dictionary for the kid, but it's based on object detection technology. This is it for me. If you have any questions, feel free.
Thank you. Thank you, Ahmed. So, any questions from the audience? Yes.
Is it sort of a cloud application where different people can deposit, or it's
we went with 2 operating systems and made it offline because we expect that the kid will never have internet connection in his device. So it's offline. It's all in the application.
Yeah, but if crowdsourcing is possible for objects and this one, or every parent has to create for their own.
We can go with that, but we thought we're targeting 5-year-old kids. So we expected that they can't read, and we expected that their devices will not have an internet access. So we made it fully functional in an offline mode at the moment.
Any more questions? So if you have any question, please, because the author is leaving. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you again. Now the third presentation is entitled Voice of Hearing and Speech Impaired People. So unfortunately the author cannot make it, so we'll he sent us a video, so we'll play the video for his presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Yasir Khan. The topic for my presentation is Voice of Hearing and Speech Impaired People. So my whole presentation has been summarized in this slide, starting from the problem statement, followed by the introduction, data collection and pre-processing, data visualization, training the model, model evaluation, application flow, and then interface development, followed by the demonstrations, and last but not least, the future improvements that we propose. So according to the World Health Organization, there are almost 800 million people living with hearing and speech impairments. This creates a communication gap between normal people and hearing and speech impaired people. And this communication gap leads to several issues such as lack of opportunities, awareness, and social isolation. So in order to bridge this gap, we have basically developed a project that would allow the speech and hearing impaired people to interact with the normal people without having any problems. As far as data collection is concerned, so we have collected two major data sets. American Sign Language dataset, which consists of 11,200 images, which are categorized in 28 different classes. And then we have the Pakistan Sign Language dataset that consists of 16,000 images, which are labeled in 40 different classes. And the datasets have been collected using the hand tracking module of OpenCV library, which captured 400 images for each alphabet in each dataset. For the pre-processing, we performed color segmentation in order to convert all images to red, green, blue format so that they look similar, all the channels look similar. Then we performed thresholding, which actually focuses on the hand in the image and blurring out the background in order to remove the unnecessary information. And lastly, we performed resizing of images to 300 multiply 300. This is how we first capture an image, then we apply thresholding technique on the image so that the hand is only focused on and the background is blurred. And then we have the image resizing, which resizes the images into 300 multiply 300. So we basically utilized MediaPipe and OpenCV libraries to detect the hand landmarks of a sign. And there are almost 21 hand points that have been detected, including the palm detection, and they're categorized into hand landmarks identification and localization. Data visualization. So we have this American Sign Language dataset, which consists of all the images of different signs that we captured. So each sign represents a different meaning in American Sign Language, which can be seen in the image. Similarly, Pakistan Sign Language dataset also contains different signs that we captured and integrated into this dataset. And in this dataset, each sign again represents a different meaning in Pakistani Sign Language. So these are the two major sign language datasets that we collected and captured by ourselves. Then comes the important part of our project, which is training the convolutional neural network model. So we actually trained convolutional neural network model based on the two datasets that we collected, Pakistan Sign Language dataset and American Sign Language dataset. So the American Sign Language dataset, which I mentioned earlier, consists of 28 classes, while the PSL consists of 40 classes. Then we trained the CNN model, which contains 12 layers. 5 layers are called convolutional layers, followed by the 3 max pooling layer, and 1 flattened layer. Lastly, 3 fully connected dense layers, in which last layer is considered to be the output layer. As a result, when talking about the optimizing and increasing the performance of our model, we applied Adam Optimizer in which we trained the model on 5 epochs. So this is the pictorial representation of our model training, which consists of convolutional and pooling layers, then followed by the fully connected layers, and lastly, the binary classification layers, which produces some output. An important part of our project again is the model evaluation. After training the model, we got some outstanding results on both training and validation. So first, on the left side, we have the training and validation loss. So we got 95% for both training and validation loss. And the accuracy turned out to be very amazing and impressive. 98.2% training accuracy and 98.0% the validation accuracy that we got as a result of training our CNN model. This is the basic flow of our application. First, you come across our home page in our application, and there you will be prompted with a decision to either use American Sign Language or Pakistan Sign Language. After taking a decision, you will be prompted with two different options. Either you want to convert sign into text or speech, or you want to convert text or speech into a sign language. For the development of our interface for our project or application, we utilized React Native and Flask server applications. We utilized React Native Vision Camera, React Native TTS Fetch API, and React Native Voice and Font Awesome icons for our application. We also utilized Flask server, which is equipped with a neural network model that processes the incoming image, then generates insightful predictions and returns a predicted letter at the end. So the flow would go like this. It would first capture an image. It would then transmit it to the Flask server via post request. Then the Flask server, which is actually equipped with a CNN network model, will process that incoming image, and then it would produce some insightful predictions or results based on that image, and then return a predicted letter. So sign language to text and speech is like this. First, we get a raw data in the form of image. Then we pre-processes it, like applying thresholding, resizing, etc. And then we train and test the CNN classifier. Then we predict sign using a train model. Then we post the image request to the Flask server. Then the image is captured, and resultantly a letter is displayed or a word is spoken. And similarly, text to speech, text or speech to sign language translation would go like this. First, it would read user voice or text. Then it would read the file name of the image, then convert words to the letters. The search, and it would then search if the letter matches the file name of the image that we have in our datasets, and then it would display the image of the letter that we got. So this is the interface of our handbook application that we developed for our model and project. So our handbook application is like a two-way sign language communication application, right? And it is developed, as I mentioned earlier, using the Flask server and React Native frameworks. So on the right side, you can see the home page of our application. And these are some live demonstrations of our application. First, it works on the American Sign Language. So this is how you can see that it gives us two options: sign to speech or text, or speech or text to sign language translation. Then we can see the live demonstration of the dataset Pakistan Sign Language. And these are some of the future improvements that can be worked upon in the future projects or research works. First, the interactive learning tools such as quizzes, games, and interactive exercises can be integrated in the project. Secondly, we worked on two major languages, American Sign Language and Pakistan Sign Language. So the future projects could also focus on more than two languages. Last but not least is the integration of this project or this application with social platforms in order to help the speech and hearing impaired people to interact with the normal people. That's all from my side. Thank you for listening. So now if you have any questions, you can ask.
Okay, please join me in thanking Mr. Yasser Khan for the presentation. So let me check if he's online and he can hear us. Mr. Yasser, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for having sent your presentation. So we are opening the floor for questions and answers. Any question from the audience?
Dr. Murad has a question. You may need to repeat the question because of the Zoom settings. So make it a difficult question.
Thank you so much, Yasser Khan. I'm Dr. Murad Khan, and I would like to ask you one question. That is why you choose a CNN network, because in my opinion, CNN might have some difficulties in learning. So is there any way we can improve the work more, like we can improve the accuracy and validation with other models? Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Yasser, Dr. Murad Khan from the audience is asking why you are using CNN model, because in his opinion, so this might have some learning issues.
Yeah, exactly. I can totally understand your question, and it's right that it has some learning issues. Initially, we confronted the problem of what do we call it, model overfitting, right? And it gave us some incorrect results in the initial stage. But after working on it and tuning it properly, so then we got the good results. But yeah, it's good that there are other models that can also be employed for the same purpose and good results can be achieved. But it was a project, and then we only focused on the convolutional neural network, which gave us good results. So that's why we didn't try. We actually didn't focus much on the other models.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yasser. So now it's time to move to the last presentation of this technical session. So the last presentation is entitled Kuwaiti Sign Language Recognition using YOLO V5 Machine Learning Model, which will be presented by Engineer Zainab Abul Hassan. Engineer Zainab, the floor is yours.
Okay. So, good afternoon. With you, Zainab Abul Hassan. So, I'm basically from KCSC, and today I'll be presenting a proposed abstract which is about Kuwaiti Sign Language Recognition using YOLO version 5 machine learning model. So, firstly, let me walk you through the outline. At the beginning, I'm going to introduce you to the topic, where I'm going to talk about the importance of sign language and Kuwaiti Sign Language in specific. Later on, I'm going to talk about some of the existing methods available utilizing machine learning techniques. Later, I'll be talking about or giving you some introduction about YOLO model. I'll be following that with talking about our methodology and implementation and what are our results and analysis out of our basically methods. And finally, I'm going to conclude and talk about some of the future works. So, okay, what is the importance of sign language? I believe my colleagues have already insisted on the importance of sign language. According to the UN, they have said around 72 million people worldwide are suffering or are part of the deaf community. 80% are living in developing countries. There are actually 300 distinct sign languages, emphasizing or highlighting on the need of having an inclusive communication system. So given that, and since we are in Arab region, so let me talk about Arabic Sign Language. As you know, so we do have distinct dialects, so as sign languages. So Kuwaiti Sign Language is different from Qatari Sign Language as well as Egyptian. They might have some similarities, but there are some distinct, or there are some kind of differences. So the issue is that there is a lot of lack, or we do have a lack of standardization. So there are available data set, but not enough to standardize or to compare results with. So as Kuwaiti Sign Language, which is largely undocumented and under research, and basically there are a lot of limited resources available to of Kuwaiti Sign Language, which comes up with an urgent need for documentation and to ensure future accessibility later on, to come up with more and more research. So given that, so what are the existing methods available for sign language detection using machine learning? So a lot of authors and researchers have come up with a lot of methods. I'm going to focus more about pre-trained methods. Mostly from research, people have utilized pre-trained models to come up with a model for classifying sign language. So such as EfficientNet. EfficientNet is basically a pre-trained model. People have proposed basically EfficientNet for Arabic Sign Language in 2022, and they have come up with very good and potential results. So as Turkish Sign Language, where people have utilized YOLO version 4 model for classifying Turkish Sign Language. So basically, what is YOLO? YOLO is a you look first, or you look only once. You only look once. So it is widely utilized for object detection, and it has a lot of application in object detection. It's well known for its speed and coming up with a bounding box around the object and classifying or coming up with the probability for each class. So for today, we're going to utilize version 5, YOLO version 5. Developers have enhanced YOLO later on. Actually, YOLO was proposed in 2015, end of 2015, early 2016, and developers have enhanced it more and more until they come up with YOLO version 5, which is basically well known for its lightweight design, improved speed, and adaptability for diverse tasks. So just to have a look on YOLO model architecture. YOLO model architecture consists of multiple convolution neural networks, or convolution CNNs, where basically CNNs is very well known for feature extraction. So the model is basically takes in as an input image and divided into grids. And later on, I'm not going to go into technical details, but basically later on it comes up with the bounding boxes and classifying probabilities accordingly. So this is it regarding YOLO model. Now let me talk about our methodology and implementation. It's well noted, or basically it's good to emphasize that we have divided our work into 2 phases, phase 1 and phase 2. For phase 1, we have utilized a standardized data set, and to test out our model on this standardized data set and see how well it is basically doing. So we have utilized a data set available on Kaggle, and we have split it into training and testing. We fed it to YOLO version 5 model, and we kept on training it and do hyperparameter tuning until we got the optimized model. This optimized model was then taken for model inference where basically we're trying to implement it by using live videos or pre-recorded videos to classify the sign and come up with the bounding box. So basically, this is the first phase where we have utilized already predefined data set. So for the second phase, we actually doing our own data set specialized for Kuwaiti Sign Language. With the help of our students, we basically collected around 6,000 images for Kuwaiti Sign Language, which basically important for the research of Kuwaiti sign language model implementation and research. So we have already collected the data set, and the data set is now available. Now we are in the pre-processing step where we're going to take the data set and we feed it again to the YOLO version 5 model, and we optimize it later on to come up with the best model accordingly. So for today, as I have said earlier, we're going to focus only on phase 1, on the results that we have taken from the data set available on Kaggle. So what are the results and analysis? Before that, I want to introduce you first to the data set. The data set was basically available on Kaggle, and it consists of 5,832 different Arabic letters. As you can see, the data set is kind of imbalanced. From our side, we haven't done any kind of data augmentation. And as you will see later on, the results were very impressive, honestly. And yeah, the data set, it's good to note that it has different backgrounds representing realism of the problem itself. So this is the data set. So if we looked at the matrices, we have tested our model on recall, precision, evaluation matrices. Since other literature have already utilized it, we have also found out, or we have also already calculated as well, the training loss for the boxes itself predicted using mean average precision of 0.5 intersection over union, as well as we have varied the intersection of union from 0.5 to 0.9. The results were pretty incredible. And you can see here I don't know if I can use this. So you can see here the matrices for precision. By increasing the epochs, the results were almost reaching 100%, emphasizing on how well the model was performing on our data set, as well as you can see the loss by the time, when I talk about the box loss or the object loss, it actually reduces by the time reaching almost 0, which shows how well the model is performing. We haven't only tested our model on these matrices, we also come up with the confusion matrix. As you can see, almost all the classes have reached 100% true positive, which shows how well the model was able to classify each and every Arabic alphabet very well, except for Kha. It's actually performing well, like almost we are reaching, I don't know if you can see, we are reaching 97%. And this is actually makes sense kind of because some of the signs were a bit similar and there was some kind of imbalance, and actually 97% is actually a good also results. But you can see the rest of the alphabets we have reached almost 100% of like true positive, which shows how well the model is predicting or able to classify each and every class. So after coming up with the model, we did model inference, where we took the model and we implemented, and given that the writing at that time was not that good, the model was able to classify each and every alphabet very well. It also can classify subsequently 2 alphabets at the same time, which shows how well the model was performing. So for conclusion and for future work, it's good to note YOLO version 5 was doing well on data sets for Arabic Sign Language, with results reaching almost 100%. For future work, hopefully, we're going to come up with our own Kuwaiti Sign Language data set model, so we can basically do more and more analysis and find out more fruitful results. So thank you. If you do have any question, I'm there to answer.
Thank you, Engineer Zainab, for the very nice presentation. So any question from the audience? Keeping in mind that she's our former student, so please be... Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. It's amazing work, so I really appreciate. So here my concern is about alphabets. It's easy to train. At the end, it's a very limited scope, so we can do that. What about now isolated sign for words, let's say?
Okay.
Like hello, thank you, and we have very long list. How much is your model will be performant, and what kind of accuracy that we can reach?
Okay, this is a good question. This part is actually under research. But what we are focusing now when collecting data set, we're collecting words which basically their words will basically consist of multiple actions at the same time, like assalamu alaikum, basic assalamu. It's basically consists of multiple actions at the same time. So we're focusing now on one word with one action, and we're going to train our model accordingly. So as I have said, we are still in the beginning. So we're going to come up with more and more like versions out of this model to see how well it's performing. I can't predict how well it's going to perform. We need to analyze and see how the model is going to do.
Just a question.
Yeah.
Here in this case, for example, it's very easy to identify because the number of frames is is almost fixed.
Exactly.
Here, for example, so we have like it's about, let's say, 50 milliseconds, 5 milliseconds, and short words, short sign, and long sign. How this model can be performant in terms of the duration of the sign?
Okay, this is a good question. So we're actually dealing with images currently. We still haven't went to videos. But our plan, we're going to take basically the most important part of the video and we're going to train our model accordingly. But this is basically a different, the keyframe, exactly, the keyframe.
Yeah, two quick points. So I think it's very quick. So it's very important to joint efforts with Dr. Ashraf, our colleagues from the computer science, and also we have Yasser with the diverse sign language. I wanted to just mention that you have a workshop on sign language tomorrow, so please also attend that workshop. It will be very beneficial. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Zainab. So now I would like to invite for the last time during the morning session, I want to invite Professor Khalid to give certificate of appreciation to our technical presenters. So I am kindly asking Engineer Nasser Al-Badr to join us on stage. Mr. Ahmed Husseini, please join us on stage. And finally, please join me in inviting Engineer Zainab to the stage. Okay, so now, yeah. So we'll send our online speaker, we'll send him the invitation by email. So now it's time to recharge and net. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. So welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a pleasant break and we are ready to continue with our enriching schedule. So it is now my distinct pleasure to introduce our next distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Muhammad Jimny from Alexo. Professor Jimny is the Director of ICT Department at the Arab League of Educational, Cultural and Scientific Organization and Minister of Plenipotentiary at Arab League States from December 2013. At Alexo, he is currently leading several projects related to the promotion of effective use of the ICT in education in the Arab world, namely AI, smart learning, open educational resources, cloud computing, and the strategic project of development of the United Arab System for blockchain-based certificate. Professor Jimny has received several awards, including the Silver Medal of International Fair of Invention here in Kuwait in 2007, the UNESCO Prize in 2008 for the e-learning curriculum he developed for visually impaired people, President's Award for the Integration of Persons with Disabilities in 2009, and the World Summit Award, WSA Mobile, in 2010 in the field of social inclusion. Please join me in warmly welcoming Professor Jimny to the stage.
Okay, good. هذه Hello, everybody. So, at the beginning, I would like to thank Professor Khaled and the organizers of this very important conference. I'm pleased today to give a speech about AI and accessibility. I will start by presenting the overview. So I will start by presenting the types of disability. I will talk about, then I will talk about web accessibility, then AI tools, web accessibility, and assistive technology and AI. The types of disability, of course, there is many kind of disabilities. As you know, Stephen Hawking, he has a physical disability. He's well known in physics. Abraham Nemeth is a professor and a scientist. He invented the mathematical symbol in Braille when he lost his vision. Thomas Edison, he has a hearing impairment. He is an inventor, a scientist, and he is the CEO of General Motors. Bill Clinton, he has a hearing impairment. He has this problem because he listened a lot to very loud music. And of course, Beethoven, he was deaf. And of course, Tom Cruise, he has a dyslexia. So he has difficulties of learning. The challenges of disabilities, for example, physical disability, there is a lot of challenges. For example, the mobility issues, when they met stairs, inaccessible building, and today it was a very pleasant surprise for our invited when they used the escalator. So thanks to the College of Science and Technology of Kuwait. Limited access to transportation, so difficulty in accessing certain jobs, difficulty in accessing information. The challenges of sensory disabilities, for example, for blind, they met navigating public spaces. They met problem when they navigate in public space. Accessing printed material, of course, without Braille, so it will be difficult. The use of standard digital interfaces without assistive technology and without Braille. The access to visual information like math, chemistry, physics, so blind people met many difficulties. For sensorial disability, for example, for deaf people, they met a problem of communication, inaccessibility to, of course, to auditory media, difficulties in understanding texts, reading and writing, and especially because this morning many people talked about deaf people and illiteracy. It's a big problem for deaf people because, and especially for senior deaf, they have a problem. They had problem to access to education, and most of them are illiterate. The problem of social isolation due to lack of interpretive services. So many problems. The challenges of cognitive disabilities like dyslexia, so the problem of understanding complex instructions, difficulties in understanding text, reading and writing, stereotyping and underestimation of abilities, accessing education and job opportunities. So these are some barriers of people with dyslexia and with cognitive disabilities. Now I would like to talk a little bit about web accessibility. And I think most of you know that the United Convention of the Rights of People with Disabilities, it mentioned clearly in Article 9 the right of people with disabilities to access to the ICT and to the web and to the ICT tools. So, and this article require and ask all countries and to make accessible the web and digital content. The web accessibility, by definition, is to the practice of designing and developing websites, tools, and technologies to ensure that all people, including those with disabilities, can perceive, understand, navigate, and interact with the web effectively. The key benefits, of course, to empower users with visual, hearing, motor, and cognitive impairments, and to assist those with temporary or situational limitations, for example, injuries and bright light. There is, of course, a well-known initiative of the W3C called the Web Accessibility Initiative. W3C develops guidelines, resources, and standards to make the web accessible to all, including people with disabilities, and it focuses especially and mainly on education, research, and policy development. The well-known WCAG, the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, it's a set of standards created by this initiative, the Web Accessibility Initiative, for making web content more accessible. This set is organized into 4 principles. Perceivable, the information must be presented in ways everyone can sense, operable, understandable, and robust. In fact, these guidelines are translated to some rules. Maybe there is 3 subsets of rules. And when respecting these guidelines, there is 3 levels of conformity to this guidelines. So there is the level E, the level double E, and 3E. It depends of the conformity, the respect of all these guidelines or not. I would like to give you some examples. So, for example, one barrier to the access to the web for some people with disabilities, the insufficient color contrast. For example, a light gray text on a white background in a blog post make a problem for people with vision problem. And for example, there is a tool, this contrast checker. It gives the level of this problem for people with disabilities, and for there is some vision impairment. They cannot, for example, see some colors. And for example, this type of problem can make a serious problem for certain people. Another problem, for example, when in the website there is the alternative text for images. Because blind people, for example, they are using an assistive technology, they are using a screen reader. So the screen reader is a software that read the content of the web page. So for example, when there is a text, the screen reader can read the text. But when there is an image, it should be an alternative, a textual alternative that the screen reader read this alternative. This is a metadata. To replace, for blind people, to replace the image. So the screen reader should read the description of the image and this alternative, the alt. When the webmaster, who develop the website, do not program this alt, it makes a problem for blind people because the screen reader cannot describe the image.
Hi, I'm Matt Hackert, Senior Accessibility Specialist at the Maryland Department of Information Technology. One of the biggest accessibility challenges I encounter when I'm online is images without alternate text descriptions. As a blind person, I can often miss important information or context if an image doesn't include alt text. Alt text is a text-based description of an image. It allows people like me, who use screen readers, to get the full picture. Simply right-click on the image in a Word or Google document, go to where it says Alt Text, select the Alt Text option, and type it in. Try to describe the image as if you were looking at it, not writing something like, this is an image of. Focus on those aspects of the image that are relevant to the context
of the image there.
and explain what information a sighted person would easily get by seeing the image there. Another helpful thing you can do is mark images as decorative. This can be very helpful for images like borders, letterheads, and background imagery. Thanks for listening and for doing your part to make our...
Okay. There also another problem. For example, when there is image like this, and when the webmaster write an appropriate alt, for example, here, you have an image. There is mobile phones. But the screen reader will read this. So this is a very bad description of the image. So the alt should be programmed by choosing a significant text to describe really the image. For example, here, the screen reader, instead of saying there is 2 mobile phones with some specification, it reads like this, and this is it has no sense for the blind who listen to this description. Another problem, for example, here, there is 2 links, view all, view all. So for blind people, the screen reader, there is an alternative. When the blind people ask, for example, F1, when he tapes F1, the screen reader gives him all the links in the web page. So here, for example, the screen reader will answer the blind people. He will say, there is 2 links. The first one is view all. The second one is view all. What's the difference? How we will? So here, the link and the title of the link should be significant. Instead of, for example, view all, for example, here, the list of Arsène Lupin, the list of Colleen Hoover, for example. So the title of the URL should be significant, because blind people, they use their memory. For example, another recommendation of the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines and the web page, it should be no more than 6 or 7 URL, because when he tapes F1, the screen reader give to the blind the whole list of the URL, and the blind memorize this. If he put, for example, 20, he cannot memorize this. It will be difficult. So choose a significant title and then a limited number of URL per page. Here, another problem when changing text language from Arabic, for example, to English without specifying on the HTML code. Because when the screen reader reads, for example, it starts by reading Arabic, and in the code in HTML, when it changes the language, it should say changing the language. And such that the screen reader switches to English. Otherwise, he cannot read this text because there is no information that the language is now switched to English. And this is, of course, limited the access to the content of the page. There is this is some statistic, the average number of detectable errors per home page over time. And this is the WebAIM million. The WebAIM is an initiative, Web Accessibility in Mind. So every year, WebAIM analyzes the top million web page, and it evaluates the home page of the 1 million top web page, and of course it analyzes the limits and the obstacle of and the problems of accessibility. So as you see here, so there is across the 1 million homepage more than more than 50,000 distinct accessibility errors were detected, an average of 56.8 errors per page. And this is very, very huge. The number of on-page elements increased 18.8%, and users with disability would expect to encounter errors on 1 in every 21 homepage elements. So this is the report of this, the 2024 report on the accessibility of the top of 1 million homepage by this WebAIM initiative. I should go very quickly because I have a lot of things to present. Here also some other statistics, but I should go. Here the homepage with most common failures of the WCAG. WCAG is the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines of the W3C. As you see here, missing document language, empty buttons, empty links, missing form labels. This is some errors on the web page and the accessibility to the web content. This is also over time, the number of pages with low contrast text, missing alternative text, empty links, and missing document language has decreased, while the number of pages with missing from input labels. And so these are some other statistics of this report, the report of WebAIM Million Initiative. Also, this is a comparison in some languages. As you see here, for example, in English, there is a difference between with the average of, as we said later, we say that there is an average of 56 errors on every web page. So in English, though, the average is 47. So maybe the best content. And as you see here, the other languages. These are some CMS and some statistics about the problem when using this CMS. Okay, so to conclude the web accessibility, the challenges in web accessibility. First, the manual efforts to make websites accessible are time-consuming because this is a very sophisticated task, and the webmaster should take in consideration all the rules and the recommendation and the guidelines, and this is a very time-consuming. The inconsistency in compliance with accessibility guidelines, the diverse needs of users with disabilities require personalized solution, and a lack of resources or awareness and organization. And of course now the solution is, and the question that we can ask, how AI can help in this problem and in facilitating the development of accessible web pages. Of course, so I will present now some AI tools that can help in this task because as I mentioned, these challenges. So the first, the AI tools, there is a lot of AI tools. Every tool is, many tools are specialized in some challenges. For example, there is some AI tools for automated content analysis, for captioning and transcription, for image recognition, because thanks to the image recognition, it can, the description of the image can be done automatically. Instead of the webmaster has to introduce the description of every image, AI tools can do this automatically. And this is, of course, can facilitate the task of the web developers. Some tools, AI tools enhancing web accessibility. So what are accessibility overlays? So the accessibility overlays are some software solutions that can be added to websites, to improve the accessibility without altering the underlying content. And of course, it can do many works automatically. They often use AI and scripts to detect and address accessibility issues dynamically. The common features are automated adjustment for text sizes, for example, for low vision. Color contrast and navigation. The color contrast, for example, there is a type of disability. The daltonian, they cannot see the red color. This is a kind of disability. Some people, the daltonian cannot see the red color. So thanks to this AI tools, they can adjust the color. They can change the color. Keyboard navigation enhancement, because of course, for example, for blind, they cannot use the mouse. The mouse for blind people, it's not useful. So how they can navigate in the website with alternative keyboard? For example, the screen reader tell the blind, for example, to go to the next page, you should do Alt F3. To go to previous, Alt B. So this is a keyboard alternative of the mouse navigation. Text-to-speech and screen reader support. Of course, AI can improve the navigation and can use automatically the text to speech and speech to text. And of course, there are some limitations. Overlays may not fix core accessibility issues and the website structure. The website structure cannot modify it. They can add, for example, some metadata. They can improve the accessibility, but the structure of the website, because this is the design of the webmaster. I will present now some tools using AI to enhance web accessibility. For example, Access B.
Hi, I'm Leah from Assistive, and I'm excited to introduce you to AccessFlow, the all-in-one development platform to test, monitor, and remediate the accessibility of websites and web applications in the source code. Accessive's powerful solutions are trusted by hundreds of thousands of websites worldwide, empowering them to be proudly inclusive brands and to comply with global legislation. One of our solutions is AccessFlow. AccessFlow equips developers with exactly what they need for seamless native accessibility without requiring extensive resources. Now your dev team can focus on delivering an exceptional user experience for everyone without compromising on accessibility standards. Here's how AccessFlow can close knowledge gaps and empower your developers to build and maintain a compliant and accessible website. Whether your team is using React.js, Angular, or any other web development framework, AccessFlow perfectly integrates with your existing workflow. AccessFlow tests and monitors your team's CI/CD pipelines to ensure your team always ships accessible code. Your team can execute actions, trigger scans, and receive information, even while deploying versions and app updates in production or staging. Once integrated, AccessFlow starts by scanning your website for accessibility and compliance issues based on the most widely accepted standards, the WCAG 2.1 AA level. The scanning process is thorough and efficient, ensuring that all potential accessibility issues are identified across your web environment. By organizing the issues by priority and providing suggested code fixes, AccessFlow allows your team to tackle the most critical issues first. Tasks are automatically created in AccessFlow's dashboard for your team to address, grouped by category like menus, graphics, and screen reader context.
Okay, so this tool evaluates the compliance with WCAG, with Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, and try to fix automatically the errors that they met in the web page. Another tool here is the captioning and transcription. So the tool IBM Watson captioning, it employs AI-driven speech recognition to generate real-time captions and transcripts for video content and enhancing accessibility for individuals with hearing impairment. So when, for example, there is a video or any audio, it automatically generates a transcription in text to replace any audio content.
I'm Saqib Sheikh. I lost my sight when I was 7, and shortly after that I went.
So this is the next slide, but here, yeah, this is the captioning. As you see here, this text is generated automatically from this video. Now, here is another tool, is Seeing AI by Microsoft. It's for blind people.
I'm Saqib Sheikh. I lost my sight when I was 7, and shortly after that I went to a school for the blind, and that's where I was introduced to talking computers, and that really opened up a whole new world of opportunities. I joined Microsoft 10 years ago as a software engineer. I love making things which improve people's lives, and one of the things I've always dreamt of since I was at university was this idea of something that could tell you at any moment what's going on around you.
I think it's a man jumping in the air doing a trick on a skateboard.
I teamed up with...
Okay, so as you see, so the glasses tell him what they mean. So the description of a boy with a sky. And this is detected under automatic recognition. So the blind people can, of course, cannot see, but can at least have an idea about the scene. This is maybe the voice and gesture interfaces, but I should go to another things because I have no more time.
With Userway,
tools enhancing web accessibility, but I will go. Yeah, this is very nice. Okay, let's see this.
Developers! Yes!
Today we are launching Stark for developers in beta. Let's talk about it. Projects in Stark for Web now encompass an entire project from design to code. You can import a Figma file and your specific GitHub repo and track your accessibility bugs at a project level across design and code in one place. Stark Web Dev Tools. When you inspect a staging or live page, you can now...
So this is another tool that evaluates the accessibility of the web and fix all the errors automatically. And this is, of course, can facilitate the task and the job of web developers. Now I will, this is the third part of my presentation. I will present very briefly the assistive technology and AI and how AI can improve and can help and can develop efficient assistive technologies. I will present this first one is to be Dynvox is an AI-powered eye tracking devices enable users with severe physical disabilities to navigate and control computers using only their eye movements. So this is a kind of eye tracking, and the blind people, for example, or not the blind people, physical disability can, for example, manipulate the computer just by his eyes. This is a video. Yeah.
Eye tracking is a technology that is used to see where a person is looking on a computer screen. The technology can also be used to control a computer. Instead of using a traditional keyboard and mouse, you control it by using your eyes. Illuminators in the eye tracker send out near-infrared light that is reflected by your eyes. A camera registers these reflections, and through filtering and advanced calculations, we can determine where on the screen you are looking, and then place the computer cursor consistently and accurately. There are certain things that set Tobii Dynavox eye trackers apart from others. Besides an unprecedented patent portfolio.
Okay, so this is the eye tracking. Here, another tool for physical disability. So it's a kind of robotic. As you see here, yeah, so he's wearing this assistive technology, and he can walk with this assistive technology. So this is also, yeah, as you see here. So when he, this guy, when he wears this assistive technology, he can walk with, but he has a physical impairment, of course. Visual disability, also glasses for visual impairment. So I will show you very briefly this video.
Independence. The dictionary defines it as the ability to live your life without being helped or influenced by others.
It could also mean the ability to discover a whole new recipe.
Chicken and pumpkin soup.
Soup ingredients.
It could also mean submitting an assignment just before the deadline.
It could be sharing a laugh with a colleague near the coffee machine.
Looks like Alex from finance.
To step out for some fresh air and roam the streets without any worry.
Looks like a body of water running through a grassy field.
Or just managing to catch that train during rush hour.
1541, Sprinter, Amsterdam Central, via Mariahoven.
To be able to sort and read my own letters.
Credit card statement, post box 289.
To be able
to and the information. Okay, I will go so this is another tool also for hearing impairment. So he's an AI-driven live transcription services for individual with hearing impairment. This is also another tool for cognitive disabilities. Yeah, as you see here.
My name is Tommy. Dog.
This is for dyslexia.
My name is Rose. Hand mixer. Yes. Me. Hand mixer.
My name is Emily.
I love it. That was so cool. I love it. That was so cool.
Okay. Now I will, the last one, Ziad. Yeah, okay, that's good. So speech disabilities, and I will show you this video.
This is recording now, I'm ready. Okay, go.
So this is a tool for people with problem in talking. So this tool can, so this guy you will see, he can speak, but his speech is not very clear. So he has a tool that translates or recognize the speech of the guy and speak correctly the text.
This is recording now, I'm ready. Lights on, okay, go. Roland, did you get the whole atmosphere as well to catch with the train? Okay, I'll have the train and the platform.
Never good. Alan, about 7, I'm a bit of a travel lumphead. Travel around Europe and to Africa, the West Indies and the Far East. I used to work on the railway for most of my career, so every day I was travelling on the train, so I was travelling on duty and off duty. I used to suspect the kids to work in the train sometimes. My husband to places in Europe with other things I've only seen on TV. The main obstacle with travelling now in my condition has clipped my limbs to some extent. In 2018, I had a blueflectomy.
Oh, thank you.
Which is removal of the tongue, and I didn't see it coming.
So where was this?
Prague.
Prague.
My sister Susan volunteered to be my carer and made a commitment to help me. I tried to do as much as I can for myself and just also to do the things I have to do, especially making phone calls.
Are you going out at all on Friday?
I have no fitness.
So it's at home though?
At home, and I'm both perfect enough. Sometimes it can be frustrating. Some people might not understand it, but that's the only way to survive. I'm always looking for new ways to improve. I heard about public relay through my speech services. It looked interesting and exciting. It was really high-tech. Relay is a support tool to help me communicate. I use the pit feature to help people to understand me. So I say what I'm going to say, and I press the button and it puts it back. Are you ready for lunch?
Are you ready for lunch?
I'm always looking for more opportunities to use it. That's it.
Okay, so listen, thanks for this tool. He can speak, and this AI tool speaks correctly what he says. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Jimmy, for the insightful keynote address. So we wish we could have more time to go through all the examples and the videos you have prepared. So maybe we have time for a very quick question from the audience.
Hello, thank you for this amazing presentation. I would talk with my friends, and they would argue that if disabled people have their own tools, we don't have to make websites accessible. They already use their own tools to make it accessible for them. What would you say to them? What would you advise them about this subject?
Your question about the web?
About technology in general.
Yeah. So first, for the web, I think people with disabilities, they have the right to access to the same information as other people. And developing accessible websites, and especially accessible ICT services, it's a must. Because when we develop some ICT services, and these services are not accessible for people with disabilities. So now here we have a dangerous situation, because an important number of people, they are forbidden to access to these services, not like other people. So I think, and this is a main point in the United Convention of the Rights of People with Disabilities. So every services should be accessible to everyone. And for this reason, it's a must, and especially for public services and websites of public administrations and ministries and universities. And so every public services, they should take care of their websites, and they should make efforts to make accessible content, to give the right to all people, including people with disabilities, to enjoy these services and this e-services in particular. Because, for example, people with disabilities, they have more need to these services. For example, when someone can, for example, talk, he can go, for example, to pay his bills. But people with, for example, physical disabilities, they may meet some problems. So they need more than other people to have this e-services. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Professor Jimmy. Now I would like to invite Professor Khaled Al-Baqa'in to the stage to give a token of appreciation to Professor Jimmy for his invaluable efforts towards making this event a very successful event.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Shukran.
Thank you. So now as we move forward, we are set for a compelling panel discussion on a deep look at artificial intelligence in assisting people with special needs, technology, ethics, and risks, moderated by Dr. Huda Al-Rashidi from Kuwait College of Science and Technology. Our panelists include Professor Balakrishnan, Professor Muhammad Jimni, Dr. Muhammad Faisal Naji, and Dr. Ashraf Athman. This panel will explore the complex balance between innovative assistive solutions and the ethical considerations and the risk associated with AI technologies. Let's welcome our moderator and panelists.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I hope you had a great lunch. So today we will talk about the utilizing AI solution for the special need. Mashallah, Dr. Jimny, he mentioned now about how we can use, he gave us different scenarios for different special needs, accessible of how we can. Hello? Of how can use this kind of technology for different kind of accessible and different kind of disability needs. However, today we will talk about the challenge and the risk and as well the ethics of how we can use this technology. Utilizing this technology is not easy. We have different challenge. I would like to start from the bottom, starting with the Professor Balakrishnan. As we have this conference, is like bridging the gap between the academia and industry. I would like to ask you, from your expertise in academia and industry, how can academia and industry collaborate to have more effective, to develop AI solution for individual with a special need? Because we have very specific context, we have different kind of disability as well.
Yes, my own experience essentially tells that, academia is very innovative, and I can see all over the world a lot of students working on projects which are, let's say, meant towards improving the lives of or inclusion of people with disability. The challenge essentially is, as I mentioned also in my talk, that most of these just remain in the lab. So there are two challenges here. One is the challenge of actually identifying the right problem. So I think academia has to be open to working with actual users much more. So because of lack of education in higher educational institutions, there is a very small number of people with disability who are able to reach the higher education system. So we do not have a natural pool of students or researchers who are coming with background of people with disability. So that's one challenge. That means that we have to go out of our way and establish relationship with NGOs, with schools, with institutions which are actually oriented towards giving benefits. So that's one thing I think academia should reach out. The second challenge is more on translational research. Even if you have a product, if you have a prototype, the fact that most of these solutions are not very commercially viable, at least for quite some time. Disability also, developing countries like India also brings poverty along with it. So these are not the people, because of lack of education, because of other opportunities, mobility and so on and so forth. They do not have any consumption power. They are not the consumers themselves, which actually is a very great barrier into actually developing solutions for them. In the morning, there was a talk that we should not be talking about charity, but it's a right. But the challenge essentially is that means that the public funding has to support this translational research, because commercial funding is not available for these solutions to be. So to me, these are the two major challenges in taking these solutions, which colleges are doing very well. Even today we saw many posters here. People are working on many aspects of it. But how do we actually go to the public? So that's the challenge.
Thank you, Professor. It is very comprehensive or like superficial information about the risk and challenge. We have more risk and challenge we can recognize as well. Professor Jimny, you have mentioned now in your presentation lots of, mashallah, applications we can use for different kind of disability. So in terms of these tools we are using, of course there is some ethics we have to go through it. So how can, as a developers, from our side, ensure that the AI solution promote autonomy for the special need or for the user in general, specific for this kind of sensitive, I can say, because it is for special kind of the consumer. So how can we make sure about the ethics of this information?
Okay, thank you very much for this very good question, because the problem of ethics is a big challenge in AI and in generative AI. So the developers and the researchers and the developers of tools based on AI and GenAI should take care first by the data and collecting data. They should take care to not have bias, because people with disabilities, and especially when we talk about AI is based on the data and analysis of a big amount of data. And generally, people with disabilities are less representative in this data. So developers should make efforts to have a collection of data that representative of all people, including people with disabilities. So developers should take care and should invest big efforts to talk with people with disabilities, to know their real needs, and to develop solutions that not exclude this important part of our society. This is the responsibility of the developers. A big challenge in ethics in AI is the bias. When we talk about ethics, we should take care that we give the freedom to all people, including people with disabilities, to take their decision. And of course, also developers should have the transparency, because when we talk about AI, and especially in generative AI, because generative AI, we are talking about tools that can generate text, they can generate content, and of course, we generally, if we don't know how this decision are made, or how this text and content is generated, there is a big question. So we, in terms of transparency, developers should be clear. They should explain what algorithms and what approach they are using to take decisions. This is, I think, the main point to ensure the ethics, and especially when we are talking about tools developed to help people with disability and to create assistive technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jimny. So the key taking from this talk, we as a developer, we are using now APIs. APIs is like black box. We don't know how it is working actually. So sometimes we try our best to be away from the black boxes. We don't know how this data can be on terms of the privacy and so on. Thank you so much, Professor. Now I would like to talk to make a question for Dr. Othman. You have mentioned now in your talk about the sign language, especially in Joomla. It is a big project, and they make a massive with short period of time, of course, with the support and accessibility. So you have faced lots of challenge and risk on that project. I would like to hear from the real scenario. What are the main risks associated with using or applying this technology? I want to hear a real scenario. I know there's many, but the most I can mention delayed one you have in that project.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question, and I will go through.
I think that one.
So yeah, it's working now. So I will go mainly through 3 examples. I will start by Joomla, which I presented this morning, about risk and challenges related to developing new innovation for the person with disability. The main concern is to include them from the beginning. And this is the most important step, because without them, without identifying properly their need, we cannot provide them a solution that will fit to them, and that will solve their problem and daily activities. This is the most important thing. And also, as a best practices, it's very important to include them in the whole process, even during the evaluation, validation, and measuring the impact at the end. What we face, as I presented, which is, for example, the acceptance of the technology. Sometimes they didn't accept this kind of technology, and here we need to put in mind, because the culture, context of this, for a certain type of disability. For example, in Qatar, we try to introduce to them, for example, a smart cane for the blind people. No one accepted. No one wants to use this kind of smart cane. So we try to investigate what's the issue. We found that they don't use even the white cane. So no, we cannot move to the smart, even the white cane. Because why? Because in their culture there is stigma. I don't want to use this cane inside the malls, inside institution. I'm shy. I prefer a personal assistant than having a smart cane. He will guide me properly, and no one will see that I'm blind at this point. And that's very important in terms of culture. Maybe the same technology, if you take it to another country, it will be very successful. So here, the context of the culture, we need to take it in consideration when we try to develop. Also, there are lots of inventions that we try to introduce here. For example, braille watches, for example. So it wasn't accepted also, because they said, I prefer normal watch, because I have to be having like this kind of fashion mode like anyone. So I don't have like something that make me different than the others. And here, as an ecosystem of innovation, sometimes we stop working on this particular need because it's not a need. We see it from our side as a non-blind person, but if I'm a blind person, it's totally different. Also from the deaf community that we try to find, the problem of the language. They have their own language. For example, let's say Qatari Sign Language. And we need to develop an avatar that translates into Qatari Sign Language. We cannot say, no, we can use Arabic Unified Sign, and you need to learn Arabic Sign Line in order to understand what is providing. It's not like, it cannot work like that. If I want to make something accessible for them, I need to take their preference in consideration. The third example, it was related to the person with the spectrum, with autism, spectrum disorder, that we work with them in several projects. So people who have ESD, autism, they are classified in 2 categories. So we have the verbal and the non-verbal. So I will focus on the non-verbal who are not able to communicate, as Professor Jimmy provided the alternative augmented communication platform and boards. So they use the pictograms in order to communicate with others. So for example, if I'm hungry, I will use this kind of pictures to say, I am hungry, I want to eat, let's say, chicken. So this is how they use and how they communicate with their parents. What we found, that they are using pictograms that came from UK and United States culture. For example, the mother doesn't look like his mother in the Gulf area. Also, for example, the pictogram of the cinema where people are kissing themselves, so it's not acceptable in our culture. Same for the bathroom symbols and lots. So at MEDA, we try to say not to translate this pictogram into Arabic language, but to have like our localized pictograms that where the woman is wearing abaya, the man is wearing the thobe, so this is their culture. So if I see it, I say, this is my father, I can accept it, and I can use it in this board to communicate with other. And the same apply to the whole thing. And also what we found with these kids of autism in terms of challenge and risk, which is we try to make some observation without asking them. We have like a full lab dedicated as a flight simulation journey lab for autistic children to prepare them for the real flight on the Qatar Airways airlines. So we bring these autistic children, they wear a VR headset, they live in an immersive environment similar to what is inside an economy class cabin of Qatar Airways, and to try to familiar with them. We said in the beginning, no, they will not accept VR, it's not useful, maybe they will have some issues of behavioral challenges, etc. But we found that they love VR, they like VR. So this kind of risk and challenge that we put in place in terms of research, we need to put it on the side. We need to hear from the person's ability, transform their needs into use cases, and based on that we can start working on research projects.
This is how the academia work. Always we need to understand the situation and to apply it to the right context, based on the context. So this is always I call once we have any application, or it is, I cannot answer this question if it is applied to Kuwait or not. It depends on the context, it depends on lots. So you had lots of work, and you have lots of work to do. Thank you very much. Dr. Naji, he developed a robotics lab here at KCST. So from this robotics lab, from your experience, and he's running as well many projects. So how can we prepare for the social impact? We have a social impact, and increasingly we have autonomous AI systems. So how we can prepare for this autonomous of the social impact we will face it, as Dr. Ashraf mentioned now about the culture. We have different kind of social impact. So how can we be prepared for this kind of impactful?
Well, thank you, Dr. Huda. And first of all, I just need to mention there are two phases that we have to consider when we are talking about ethics behind using artificial intelligence for special need, to help the special need. The first, as Professor Jimmy mentioned, which is during the development phase, and which during the development, building the data set, training the model, and also designing the AI tools for use by special need. The second one, which is the phase of usage, which the phase of deployment, the AI tools among the special need to use it. In general, there are several ethics principles related to AI. We can say humanity, fairness, privacy and security, reliability, accountability, and so on. In terms of fairness, for example, we have to ensure that there is no discrimination during the development phase, and also during the deployment and using the AI tools. For example, no discrimination based on the ability of the user, or based on the gender, male or female, or let's say the background. For example, during the development process, during the creation, the data set and the training, you have to include all groups of community. For example, if we are developing a speech processing system used to assist the special need, we have to include male and female. And also we have to also include different accents. So during the using of these AI tools with the special need, they can understand either the male or female, because you know that if we just train the model using male or using American accent, you will face a problem later when we are using these tools to assist the special need. In terms of humanity, we have to respect the human right, and also the culture of, for example, let's say we are, as Dr. Uthman said, when you are using the tools to help the people to describe the environment. For example, if you didn't train the model with the ibaya and thob and so on, he will not be able to explain this to the special need individual. Also, there is another, in terms of security. During the development phase, we have to ensure that we are following the best practice in terms of security. Later, during the using of these tools, AI tools I mean, we have to ensure that we don't share the user data between, like what Google do right now. So all those we have to consider about when we are developing AI to assist either special need or in general when we are developing and using AI.
Thank you so much, Dr. Naji. And now I would like to hear from you. We have the expertise here, and they have work in this industry, so you are free to ask.
Can I make some comments?
Yes, sure.
So actually, I'd like to comment on two of the things that were talked about here. So you talked about blind people not being able to, not interested in using a cane for visibility. So in India, it's quite different. So for people with visual impairment, we have found that technology adoption is extremely high. They are very keen to do it. But there are major challenges when it comes to people with speech and hearing impairment. So they are much more averse to being seen to be, because it's a very invisible. Very often people with strong visual impairment, they can be seen to be disabled. But people with speech and hearing, it's a very invisible sort of a disability. So they are very much sort of concerned, and this has been a big challenge. One comment I want to make. So it's a very challenging to say that the AI tools should be unbiased. So we're going through a phase in the world where there's a lot more partisanship, and part of it is the social media has been extremely biased. Social media thrived on being biased. So they wanted to show what you want to see. So it's a very big challenge that the AI tools may take for commercial reasons, the similar approach as what social media says, because the social media, the only interest there was that they wanted you to be on the social media as much as possible, and they realized that it will be easier to keep you hooked onto the media if they keep on showing you what you want to see, not what the reality is. So this is something the AI tools, and with generative AI, because it's also getting fed on the same social media and the same literature, which is already highly partisan and highly biased. So it's going to be a very big challenge as the society progresses. How do we actually keep it unbiased, ethical? These are big challenges that society is going to face.
Thank you so much, Professor. This is always in academia. We are trying to ignore the bias and to be objective as much as we can. So the floor is yours. Anyone has a question?
Consultant, thinker, developer. My question is focused on, we have a global rule said that create and regulate, or regulate and create. My question focus on how we can create a global rules to prevent the special needs individuals from incident or accident which result from AI or cyber security. This is a humanity view. Thank you.
Anyone would like to answer?
I think the ethics are very important. And the ethics, it's the first step to legislation. AI, it's relatively very new. And for example, in Arabic countries, we don't yet meet some incidents related to AI in general. For this reason, for example, many Arabic countries now they are preparing their national strategy in AI, and they are developing ethics. But ethics are some recommendations. What I say that ethics and recommendation and guides are very important. But the next step, we should prepare ourselves and our country to making the right legislation, because incidents of AI are coming. Yeah. Yeah, this is a big challenge, and of course, the question, the responsibility and the role of developers, and this is very ethical. This is, I think, this is an ethical challenge.
Maybe one comment. So just one more comment about. Just one comment regarding this kind of global regulations and about taking consideration ethics and put in action to make this whole society safe at this term. Once we work in terms of ecosystem that I call Mother Innovation Program, so it's the whole ecosystem we put in place, we take in consideration that the speed of developing technology is faster and exponential than developing policies within a country. So this we have to take it into consideration. So we cannot say once we have a technology on board, have the right time to put in place the policy to regulate everything. It's quite impossible, so we cannot do that. We have to be familiar with this kind of technology, and based on the output from the society, I can analyze the behavior, for example, of the community, and based on that, I try to put in place the right mechanism to protect the community. As, for example, the mobile phone, once it appears the first time, it was very fast. There are lots of applications. We have lots of stores. And no one cared about the policies at that time. But at a certain time, so people started to be addicted to the mobile phone. So here we start talking about digital addiction. And kids start using this kind of applications. From that time, by analyzing the behavior as a research project, I can go now to the policy to put in place the safety regulation for children. These applications are 3 years old, 6 years old, and I can make the classification. And based on that, because I have a good reason from the research output, I can put in place a regulation as a mandate on all vendors to follow. So this has to always, now for generative AI, we can accept it as it is. There is good, there is bad. So at the end, we want to wait a little bit to see what are the outcomes, what are the behavior, and based on that, we can work on the ethics.
Yeah. It's fine. Okay, thank you, esteemed panelists, for the enriching discussion. So now I'm kindly asking you to remain on stage to receive a token of appreciation from the conference chair, Professor Khalid Al-Baqa'in. So, yes. So we'll start by Dr. Hudar Rashidi. Professor Mkashi Balakrishnan. Professor Mohammed Jimni. Dr. Ashraf Uthman. And finally, Dr. Muhammad Naji. So thank you all. So let's resume in 15 minutes coffee break. So we'll continue refreshed and motivated. See you all in 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, so welcome back everyone. Thank you for joining us again. So the last session in today's program is entitled AI-enabled assistive technology application ethics and risks. So we'll start with the first presentation entitled Human Capacity Disability Centered AI Policy, Eurasian and Transatlantic Safety Dialogue. So it will be given by Mr. Yuna Welker. So he will be joining us online. Mr. Yuna, the floor is yours. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. So welcome to this session of Ability-Centered AI Policy. My name is Yona Welker. I serve for a variety of EU Commission projects and previously also as a Tech Envoy to MENA region and Ministry of AI advisor. So it's 1 year since the Bletchley Declaration was signed by 28 countries with agreed on risk-based approach to frontier AI, including areas and types of risks, including social protection, health, education, labor. It's very important to highlight that this declaration was signed globally, including African nations such as Nigeria, Kenya, Rwanda, countries of the Middle East such as Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Western economies, Canada and United States. 6 months later, we've seen the result of this declaration. Then White House reported on completing so-called 180-day action plan. The EU introduced the Council of Europe Treaty on Human Rights and AI Office. Saudi Arabia established an international center for AI research and ethics. And the second safety summit was held in South Korea, Seoul, establishing international agreements on AI Safety Institute. But the big question, how do governments can cooperate on AI safety 6 months later, including addressing disabilities, designated and vulnerable groups? So today we have over 1 billion people, or 15% of the world population, living with disabilities, according to the World Health Organization. And what is the big part of my work is a growing category of so-called invisible or neurodisabilities. Then at least 1 in 6 people living with 1 or more neurological conditions, 1 in 7 with the cognitive impairments. And for instance, for EU, since the initial proposal of EU AI Act, the Commission received appeals addressing AI and disability rights, the use of biometric, facial and emotional recognition systems, and cases affecting the accuracy of this solution for refugees and immigrants, including automated risk assessment and profiling systems. So what we do have now, if we take the EU as an example, now the regulation of assistive technologies become quite complex, and it's affected on the several levels. For instance, for classification, taxonomies, and repositories, we have Accessibility Act and standardization directives. We also have articles dedicated to protection from data profiling, manipulation, and addictive design, and it's intersected through the AI Act, Digital Services Act, GDPR. We're also trying to highlight identifying high-risk systems related to certain critical infrastructure. And here for sure we mean medical systems, educational institutions, or systems related to recruiting people, law enforcement. We're also trying to highlight the specific transparency risks that AI systems such as the chatbots or assistive companions should notify the users then algorithms are actually used. And finally, we try to prohibit particular use of affective computing or emotion recognition for publicly accessible spaces, such as workplaces and educational institutions, law enforcement, and immigration. Also, AI for assistive technologies affected from a general perspective. So now we are working on code of practice, regulatory sandboxes, and testbeds. The Commission initiative, Gen AI for EU, it includes over 14 areas. Also, specific initiative focused on AI, public governance, language consortium, and we are very happy to see that many regions come in parallel. For instance, in Kuwait, this vision is intersected by the Vision 2035, the National AI Strategy, the Kuwait National Frameworks for Digital Accessibility, the frameworks driven by Public Authority for Digital Affairs. One thing which is very close to my work is building the repositories in taxonomies of assistive technology. So last year, we had the opportunity to cooperate with OECD report and repository of assistive technologies driven by AI. And this list now includes over 120 systems and continue to grow. And it's very important that it's not only big market, over $31 billion by 2030, but it's also very complex from scientific and technological perspective, because we deal with the physical accessibility when we augment smart wheelchairs, walking sticks, geolocation and city tools, bionic limbs, and rehabilitation solutions. We deal with the using of generative AI to support hearing impairment, or using computer vision to turn sign language into text, or visual impairments turning pictures into sounds. We have truly complex modular ecosystems for cognitive disabilities when we work on social companions for autism or attention deficit, dyslexia, mental health, solutions for adaptive and personalized assistive technologies, learning and accommodation. But for sure, there's such as a diversity of solutions, we are coming also with the responsibility and potential negative outcomes. And in particular, despite its potential to empower accessibility, AI systems can make bigger errors or lack accuracy towards specific groups of people with disabilities, or specific conditions, or specific ethnicities or regions. And here we identify 4 types of potential errors. One is a recognition errors. Then, for instance, individuals with the facial differences or asymmetry, craniofacial syndrome, different gesticulation, posture, or lacking just not correctly recognized by the system. We also deal with accused identification errors. Then individuals with disability can recognize the signals from AI system, such as a visual or sound signal. We also deal with the semantic errors. Then we have existing discriminatory pattern in language or keywords or data sets, which led to discrimination towards individuals with disabilities at the workplace or through automatic screening solutions. And finally, we deal with the errors associated with the assistive technologies itself. Then, for instance, public systems or military solutions in the context of a humanitarian situations can't properly recognize individuals, or individuals with the used devices, and even can recognize these devices as dangerous objects. So that's why, along with the repository of solutions, we actually came up with the repository of cases and risks, accidents based on conditions, system type and risks, and error type. Another thing which is very important to understand, that AI is not a monolith, but presented by different machine learning approaches, and here we also deal with a different type of errors. So for instance, for supervised learning, we deal with human-induced errors, for instance, for smart glasses and computer vision, visual objects, the labeling and selection process. For unsupervised learning, we deal with a statistical lack of input, representation, or then raw data can reinforce social disparities and dismiss particular population. And it's typical for medical solutions, for DNA data clustering, or for reinforcement learning, we deal with the limitation of a training environment or a efficiency of a spatial intelligence or sensor systems we use in order to train social robotics and assistance. And finally, data points may not just exist for certain groups, identities, or communities, or people who collect or label data may introduce subjectiveness during the reporting, the selection, systemic or group attribution errors. And finally, one thing which is frequently underlooked is the safety of a physical and hardware chain. So along with the understanding of the software part and digital part of AI, we should understand that since assistive technologies are presented by devices, by robotics, by physical objects in interaction, we should understand that human-robot interaction, cognitive capabilities, balance and stability, dexterity, and dynamic nature of real-life application should be done in trained and safe manner. And we also should understand the safety of motion and sensing components, power components, environmental safety, the production and training cycle. So overall, disability-centric deployment environment is extremely complex, multi-level when we deal with a multimodal and multisensory nature in order to fit visual, hearing, cognitive parameters, accuracy for different modalities. It's modular. It may evolve into connected devices, interfaces. It's a multi-stakeholder. It may involve not only, let's say, the child, the patient, but also the families, the caregivers. It also requires identifying the scenarios of the misuse, actions and non-actions, potential manipulation, and addictive design. And that's why, for instance, we're trying to come up with a more detailed recommendation for specific cases. For instance, for autism or attention deficit, we deal with a complex solution which involves multiple data input and users, interconnectivity and modular approach, several dashboards for the parent and child. For solutions related to computer vision, our goal is to come up with the accuracy, because, for instance, some craniofacial syndromes are not properly recognized or led to the errors. Also, we're trying to improve the quality of a data set to avoid errors for proxies and generalization. The medical assessments and analytic systems create normalized attributes which do not work for specific population. We're also trying to take into account the complexity of the data, including the comorbidities and underlying conditions, other parameters, the quality of the data access to the target population, also intersectionality of disability data related to the gender, achieving sufficient evidence, and finally, the privacy. Because in some countries, governmental agencies or even insurance companies were accused of using data from social media to confirm patient disability status without consent. And now we frequently face the situation then the data about disabilities just tracked without permission. So let's conclude. Now we are working on the code of practice, introducing AI safety institutes, offices, and other sites, and disability consideration become essential part of this discussion. We discussed not only the risk-based, but also scenario-based approach to workplaces, education institutions, law enforcement, immigration. We discussed taxonomies and accidents repositories. We discussed accessible digital and physical infrastructure. And finally, we discuss more specific frameworks related not only to accessibility acts, but also digital safety, minors protection, and hopefully just recently 193 countries signed commitments to effectively implement children's digital safety, including individuals with disabilities. Thank you so much. I'm done, and I would be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Yuna, for the nice presentation. So now we are opening the floor for questions and answers here. Any question from the audience?
Well, thank you very much for the fantastic presentation. Actually, it's very comprehensive, and it answered many questions raised in the previous sessions regarding the risks associated with using AI with assistive technology. Can you hear what I'm saying?
Mr. Yuna, can you hear us?
Could you please repeat the question, if you could repeat this question?
I haven't asked that question. So the question is that are these studies that and comprehensive are part of any regulation or any strategy that is being developed, or specific to their work and research group?
Okay. So the question, Mr. Yuna, is are these studies part of any regulation, or it is only research work?
It's already existing regulation. So what I've mentioned is existing Artificial Intelligence Act in EU. It existed and is already introduced. Digital Services and GDPR Act both introduced. The Accessibility Act 2025 in the process of introduction, so it's already added to the Parliament. It will be fully introduced the next year. Most of the, let's say, frameworks also already published. So it's more like not just a research, I mean, it's actual life and actual legislation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Trabelsi has a quick question, so I'll ask it directly. Yeah, so first of all, thank you so much. Actually, Yuna, the first day we posted the call for abstract, the first responder, he's the first one who responded. Yeah, first contributor, and he's been very active communicating with us. Thank you so much. So based on, I saw your talks on YouTube about like with the UN. I just want to ask a general question related to that. Do you know, or can you, in terms of accessibility and the importance of inclusivity, what country do you think is the most ready country, or the country that gives the most importance, both in terms of legislation and implementation?
Yes, it's a very complex question because it depends on what type of disability we speak about. For instance, when we work on cognitive disabilities, such as autism or dyslexia, we had the biggest feedback in simplicity of implementation and the best legislation in Nordic countries, such as Denmark, such as Finland, and partially in UK, in Canada, and Australia. In terms of the physical disabilities in EU, we had great results also in other countries such as Slovenia, and also in the Middle East, such countries as UAE and Saudi Arabia. So I think many countries are coming in parallel, but their success depends on a type of a focus. So if the countries already had like a good experience with the cognitive or sensory impairments, they have a better result. In other one, more focused on physical ones and more successful. So I at least could mention like this 10 countries which are quite successful.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yuna, once again, and hoping that you will be able to join us in the future. So now it's time to move to the next presentation,
which is entitled Automatic Control and Disability Experiences, which will be given by Dr. Marcia from University Polytechnique Hauts-de-France.
It's a good way to start. Okay. So, hi everyone, my name is Marcia. I'm an associate professor at the Université Polytechnique Hauts-de-France in research in LAMI, which is a laboratory of automation, mechanics, computer science, and biomechanics, but I'm from the control part. Well, we have been discussing a lot today about the number of disabled people in the world, so I'm not going to repeat that part. I'm going to talk about the control viewpoint to help people with some kind of disability. So for us, there are three main words. The first one is geneticity. Why? Because human is very, very changing and variable. So we need to provide robustness in our approach. We cannot design a prototype for one person. That should be for different kinds of people. And the second word is measure. So what can I measure? How can I measure? This has some kind of precision, it's repeatability. So what can I do with that? And the third one is think different, because you want to apply control techniques to deal with disability. So here I'm going to talk about sitting stability for spinal cord injury people. Sitting balance is between the most important ability of people living with spinal cord injury, who usually end up using a wheelchair. So because of their lack of muscular activity in the lumbar region, they are risking, there is a high risk of falling in daily activities, which makes sitting stability one of the greatest challenges. So our goal here is to understand and reproduce sit stability for people with spinal cord injury. But we need to be very careful, because once we integrate a human in the loop, this can be dangerous. So we always need to think how to deal with the human. So here we have an illustration of our problem. We have a person, a patient with a spinal cord injury. So he needs to be seated, and the physiotherapist asked him to do a target exercise. You can see there are some symmetric and asymmetric movements. And in some moment, we can see he is very unstable. The physiotherapist here needs to hold him to avoid the falling. So our goal here is to reproduce the movements, and that's it. Estimate the unknown torques for the spinal cord injury people. So our problem can be represented by this figure. So we have the human. We have some measurements. In this case, we are able to measure the angles, but we are not able to measure the torques. Why? Because it's an invasive method and it's ethically prohibited, so we cannot measure the angles in a person. So we need to estimate these torques, which is challenging because we have several techniques to estimate states, but when we deal with unknown inputs, we have to think another way to do that. So The first step, we need to represent the human by a model, because we cannot carry our tests directly with the human. So once we have a model to represent the human, we need to find a control law to stabilize this model. If you remember in the video, the guy was totally unstable, so we need to stabilize our model. And I'm not going to talk the control part here, but we have some works on that. So here, with the model, we are going to estimate the unknown inputs. There are not so many models in the literature, so these models were developed by my research group. In the first case, we have 2 degrees of freedom that can be represented by this figure. It's a nonlinear system, and when we consider a 3 degrees of freedom model, we can see it's much more complex. It's a totally nonlinear model. So we can also, in this case, we have asymmetric movements. If you want to have an asymmetric movement, so we need to consider a 5 degrees of freedom model. So once we have the model to the human, the control, we now need to design an observer. For that, we assume the movements of the human are slow, which is okay. The person is not going to move very fast. So we are going to use a PI observer that it's a cascade of integrators. So we put the control in the state vector, so we are able to use a PI observer to estimate the torques. So we have a standard model. It's a descriptor model. It's a nonlinear model, so we can use a polytopic representation to modulate this model. So these are biomechanic constraints of a person with the angles, velocity. So we use a sector nonlinearity approach, which is very famous in the control, nonlinear control theory. So we can use a box to represent the nonlinear model, and there is this representation of our system. And then instead of to verify our approach for all of the system, we can use only the vertices of the model. So here to show a little of the complexity, we need, for the case of 3 degrees of freedom, we have the matrix A and E 12 by 12, so with the states and the unknown inputs. And we have this inequality, it's a linear matrix inequality with 128 vertices, so we need to verify for all of these vertices. The first test we did is considering, we need to find the matrix H, K, and P. We consider the matrix 8 fixed, so there is no solution for this problem. If you consider the matrix 8, we try to find 128 matrices. The solver is not able to solve, so we did our orthogonalization, and with this structure, we are able to find a solution for this problem with 128 LMIs and almost 20,000 of variables. So it's a very complex problem from the control viewpoint. Here we have some results. There is estimation and simulated. In red we have the estimated, and in black the simulated. And we have some disturbance, which represented here for the signal. And we can see our approach is able to estimate very well the torque of the human. Here was the procedure, the protocol to obtain the estimation. So first, the person is in a stable position. We ask the person to raise the arms. Then the person knows there is going to be a disturbance, but not when. So there is a disturbance, and then a person needs to hold the arms. Then we use a PI observer to obtain the estimations of the torques and the unknown angles too. So here we have some experiments. We have two cases. The first one, the persons with the straight legs, and the second one with the flexed legs. And we can see here, it's the disturbance, this part, and here for the other case. In this case, the person has some difficulty to recover the stability, and in this second case, the patient recovers very fast the stability, because as I told, different person has different degrees of injury. So here we performed 6 trials. So in the first case, it's for the first patient with the straight legs. You can see the person has less strong, so the signals are more there are more perturbation. And the second case, it was the person recovers very fast, so the signals are very similar. So it's there is a lot the repeatability of our results. And here it's also a case when we don't have a symmetric movement, because in this case our movement was symmetric. So in this case we need to consider this model with 5 degrees of freedom. So we need to improve the approach. And here it's a dummy robot we have in our lab. So we are going to use this to fully validate our results, because in this case we are able to measure the torques, so we can fully validate our results. So here it's a lot of collaborators who work with us on these topics. So thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Marcia, for the nice presentation. So, so we open the floor for questions. I wish we can have some questions from students.
Well, not for this presentation. I was very pleased to see mathematical equations and counter-stabilization, because in my previous life I was the president of European Council for Modeling and Simulation. So this is the kind of conferences I used to attend before. But impressive work, obviously, and it's fantastic. And my question would have been about your model. At the end, you showed that you have implemented this as a robot. And I said that how different is your model from the model they use to design robots with this kind of movement? Did you follow the same principles, or is it specifically for handling the situation with people with spinal problems?
This one, it's specific for this case, but we have another models for different approaches. But this is for this specific case of sitting instability for people with a spinal cord injury. It was developed specifically for this case, these models.
Thank you. What do you think about using fuzzy logic controller instead of this so complicated mathematical model?
No, it's a kind of fuzzy, because we are using Takagi-Sugeno fuzzy models. So we have a polytopic representation, or it's the same of a fuzzy. Using sector nonlinear approach is the same, but so for me it's basically the same, because it's a Takagi-Sugeno fuzzy model at the end with 128 rows. Or you don't know if you are asking like a fuzzy basic, fuzzy, so I think it's going to be more challenging.
Yeah, so I have more comments than a question. So congratulations on the work. I know that in France, very good mathematicians. So quick question, do you work in a multidisciplinary group where you have like colleagues from the math team to do this modeling, or how do you work in such?
Yeah, we have a professor, it's here, is one of the authors, Professor Antoine. He is mechanics, engineering mechanics, so he is responsible to develop our models. So we have one for the models, one for the control. I'm from the control. We have one from the biomechanics. So it's a multidisciplinary group. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marcia. So now it's time to move to the third presentation in this session, which is entitled Bright Mind, an AI-powered Arabic-supported CVT chatbot for accessible mental health support in Kuwait, which is presented by Dr. Ali Al-Faili from Payet, Kuwait.
Good afternoon. Maybe we are tired, and now last session we going on and almost at 4. This work was originally like targeting students in Kuwait, and we see many challenges. Challenges as mental health. Mental health, is it being recognized as disabilities or no? Because this has been hidden inside us, and maybe some mental health issues that drag out, and we don't go to the work or we don't go to the classes. It's been spreaded among students, especially during COVID time, and we see it now post-COVID. Still people going through some mental health issues. We're going like small, like stress, until sleep disorder, depression, or anxiety. I see some student faces. Do you suffer any of mental health issues during your studies? Just raise your hand, trying to make this session more interactive than just learning things, just to wake you up. Did you get like stress from exams? I think even ourselves as professors, like we need to meeting the deadlines with under pressures, and this pressure bring like stress, and the stress will affect our sleep habit, and we have like less sleep disorder, and make us less power. Yeah. And if we're going to going through traditional service, like I'm reading that in GCC, every 100,000 in population, they have one mental health therapist. And the schools, they said like for each 100 students, there is one mental health therapist. But I just been yesterday in the school, and they said, we have 900 students, and we only have 3 mental health therapists in this school. So the actual interaction, a human interaction, will be very less, and they cannot handle all this number. Plus, we have a stigma, culture stigma here in Arab countries. Like if you're going to a mental health therapist, oh, what's the problem with you? Why are you going there? And the accessibility is like if you're having any issues with mental health issues, when you can going to have meeting your therapist or going on. So that's why I introduced this project. Is like I called it Bright Mind, which is AI-powered chatbot leveraging the generative AI for accessible, stigma-free mental health support. when we're talking about the problem statement, increasing stress, anxiety, depression among students, I've read going in especially in Kuwait, and there is a studies just been published in last February in Kuwait University. They find out that 60% of the students among this studies, like they interviewed 1,200 students, 60% of them, they suffer from depression symptoms, and 50% they suffering from stress, and anxiety is like 70%. We see a high number of students, they suffering of this. How we can tackle this problem, how we can supporting students during their student life. I believe that not any university can provide mental health team to support all the students. So plus, if we want to have all this team, will cost lots of money. Waiting times, we see it even in psychiatric, the waiting lists like for 1 month, 2 months until you get appointment. Or you should pay maybe premier appointment with like 200 plus KD to get this appointment. Plus the cultural stigma. So we need to use the AI and how we can leveraging AI. So the objectives of this project was to develop a scalable AI-powered solution for mental health support, integrating cognitive behavioral therapy techniques, providing 24/7 personalized stigma-free intervention. Is this like unique solution? Nobody think about it, or there is already some people trying to tackle this problem around the world. I've seen there is AI chatbot being developed in Thailand universities, help to reduce depression and loneliness, and there is serve effective supplementary tools for mental health support. Visual assistant behavior aids the student building stress, self-awareness, and disclosure. Life crafting tools to improve mental health and boost academic performance. Cultural sensitivity, maybe we see it not only in Arab region, even in different regions we have the same thing, addressing the mental health issues. Maybe I've seen it now in the West, they've been like more culture aware of the mental health and how we can keep about, they call it like well-being programs I've seen it in the UK, they have like, for high schools, they develop an app to track the mental health issues for students, especially in the exams time. And if they see there is a raise or like some suicide thoughts, they have human interaction to this, and they say it saves like 20% of the users of this app. Scalability, AI enhance accessibility for students, breaking down the social culture barrier for mental health. Some people, they don't like, I've seen it in my college, we introduce a boot camp for mental health support, but they said nobody book appointment. And they said, why? Because the people who's offering this, they are actual professors, and the student, they don't want to go to professor to tell him about his problem, then the next day he will be this professor teaching him in a class. So they find that this is, we call it in Kuwaiti, zaib, yani, a shame. we don't want to go there. The core component of the system architecture, I use ChatGPT powered natural language processing for empathetic interactions, as it's supporting Arabic language and even now supporting different dialects instead of do it like by my own, and this is very costly to develop your own LLMs. Semantic analysis emotional, and I train it and fine tune it to be as CBTs, just like when he's talking to you and chatting to you, he's as your cognitive behavior therapy. Backend PHP and MySQL and API integration. The key features for this solution is like 24/7, anytime you're feeling down, you have some stress, you can chat with him. and he will keep tracking you and see how you're doing. You will have personalized intervention and resource integration, self-help material and crisis support. And especially when you're sharing your private information, you want to keep it secure, nobody can access it and nobody can blackmail you. When I did the survey, that people said, I do not go to mental health therapists because we see them going in social media and said, a patient coming and he has this problem, but I doing this, and he said, why are you sharing my stories among social media? I don't want to go to a mental health therapist, maybe because he was sharing my story. And this is demo of what the application can do. Like a guy, he has a problem that I have exam tomorrow in Java. That's why I can't sleep. What's the problem with you? And he gave him by yeah, then by from here he gave him some like CBT techniques how he can deal with this problem he's facing. Then the next day when he's coming to the chat, he will check with him how it's going with you, and I'm trying to make it like supporting Arabic language and even dialect, because when you're facing a problem, you don't want to translate your problem in different language and trying to get a solution. I've conducted a pilot study with 50 students to evaluate the chatbot impact on stress reduction and resilience and self-awareness. Data collection was on survey and feedbacks and usage analytic. So I get 86% reported lower their levels of stress when they trying to deal with it. Sometimes you need someone to tell you the advice, doing these steps and how to keep prioritize your activities, what is the most important, how you deal with this thing. Enhancing resilience, 78% noted improving coping with the skills. The engagement, I check how many times they're coming back to this. They don't use it once and they keep it, like 80% they're coming back and using this solution based on this 50. And I'm looking for more feedbacks, even like from people specialized in mental health issues and how we can improve it. Positive feedback, empathetic tone and ease of use, culturally sensitive response, suggestions, what we going for suggestion provide link with the human interactions. Like if you have severe issues, it should be like directed with some human, because we trying sometimes we see that the PC is like when he's talking to you, still like he don't understand you well. You want some human empathies and expand the library of resources. Discussion, demonstrate AI potential addressing mental health challenges, and we see like this is a big potential, like it will help people with cost-effective and scalable, combining advanced with culture-sensitive area. And I get to now wrapping up my presentation. Brightmart transform tools for mental health care and higher education, effectively reduce stress and improve resilience. For future work, maybe we trying to expand it to more multilingual capabilities integrated with the predictive analysis and for proactive intervention. So as they're doing in UK, that they keep at least the student who should log in at least once a week and he has a short chat with this AI agent. During this chat, he analyzed his mental health level and what's any problem he has. So if AI analyzes there is a problem, there is a proactive. I don't wait him until he feels down and coming to my application to help him. And I'm happy for any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Ali, for the nice presentation. So, yeah, again, we're opening the floor for questions and answers.
Thank you, Dr. Ali, for this excellent presentation. And, you know, I meet you since 3 days in lecture. My question is about what about the main KPIs in the field of AI and mental health?
What's
the main key performance indicators?
The key is like in my project, the key performance, like you're coming back and you have positive feedback for the solution is being provided, and you keep using the application, not just use it once and you leave it. Yeah. What? Yeah. They're coming back to the.
Another question related to your study. Can you just recall the distribution among your population of, if I remember, 70 students, you said, or
50 students.
50.
50.
Okay, 50 students.
Yeah.
Okay. How many of them was female and how many of them was male? And what was the duration of the experiment? Was this experiment closest to an exam period or not? If you just explain the context.
I did it like before midterm exams until final exam. Okay. This is the duration. So I tried to select a high peak term. Okay. And there was like 30 females and 20 males.
Okay. Thank you. It was just to understand.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ali, once again. So now we move to the fourth presentation entitled Adaptive Neurofeedback Therapy, AI-Powered Technique for Personalized Cognitive and Motor Recovery, which will be presented by Dr. Abdul Latif Baba from Kuwait College of Science and Technology.
Assalamu alaikum. So I'm going to speak about adaptive neurofeedback therapy. I'm going to use in this presentation, I'm using a new hybrid technique. So a hybrid technique combining Q-learning and ADAM optimizer. Before starting in the technical things, I'd like to explain, we are mostly engineers, I need to explain the meaning of neurofeedback therapy. What does it mean, neurofeedback therapy? So neurofeedback therapy, where to use it and how to apply it, how to use it. So neurofeedback therapy could be utilized as a non-drug, okay? This is the first positive thing. So it's non-drug treatment that addresses brain disorders. Why? Because the brain waves are involved in all brain activities and functions. So how to apply neurofeedback therapy? How to apply it? In order to implement neurofeedback therapy, so we have, as I'm not a specialist in this field, but people who are working in this field, they have to respect these 4 successive steps. So at first, a goal, okay, they have a treatment goal should be set. For example, if we have a patient with anxiety, for example, and we need to help him to achieve a state of calmness after a given session. So we have, for example, and at first they have to start reading the wave signals from the brain. So how to do, they add sensors to the head of the patient, and later all these signals will be transmitted to, these signals are called EEG. Signals are transmitted to be analyzed, okay, in one phase, we can say, or one step. Later, and depending on these analyzed signals, so we have sometimes positive, or mostly we are dealing with positive rewards. We will not punish the patient in any case. So we have some positive rewards if and only if the patient brainwaves indicate they have met the treatment goals. So because during the treatment phase, so our patient usually may watch a movie, may play with a video or a video game, or may listen to a music. So the positive reward could be, for example, an improved game score. These three steps should be repeated more and more. So this is what I have just explained is simply the classical method, okay? So what did we do here? So I need to use AI-based techniques here. I need to profit from those EEG, we can say classical brainwave forms, in order to train a tailored or customized an artificial neural network. So the problem here that traditional, or we can say classical neurofeedback technique often lack individualization and dynamic adjustments. So what is new in this research? So in this research, I introduce a novel approach to adaptive hybrid method, okay, that combines Adam Optimizer and Q-learning together. Why I'm going to explain just now. In order to understand why I have combined both algorithms together, we have to take a look at the main features of each algorithm. So at first, for Adam Optimizer, so the objective when we use Adam Optimizer, we need to use it usually, classically, an optimization algorithm in training neural networks to efficiently minimize the loss, okay, the loss function during the training phase. So this is our classical way of how to treat Adam Optimizer, or how to look at Adam Optimizer. From technical point of view, what about the algorithmic approach? From technical point of view, we can say Adam Optimizer combines adaptive learning rates for each parameter with momentum, which is so important feature, resulting in efficient convergence during training. And for this reason, we prefer to use this algorithm, Adam Optimizer. What about convergence and stability? So it often converges faster than traditional optimization algorithms. Once again, for this reason, we prefer to use it. What about Q-learning? Now, someone will ask me why you didn't use only Q-learning. I'm going to explain why. So Q-learning, what about Q-learning? It's a reinforcement learning algorithm. What does it mean? What does it mean, reinforcement learning algorithm? So it's used to learn an optimal policy of decision making depending on the successive discrete actions. So that means depending on the successive actions, okay, we are going to make, we can say, the correct or rational decision. Its objective is to maximize the cumulative successive rewards. Okay, this is the very strong point of Q-learning, which is so adapted to our problem. Okay. From technical point of view now, what about the algorithmic approach, Q-learning itself? It relies on dynamic programming by estimating the quality of state action, and here we are dealing with the Q value. For this reason, it was called Q-learning. Now, with the main drawback the main drawback of Q-learning algorithm that it may suffer from issues like overestimation bias and convergence. For this reason, I prefer to combine it with ADAM optimizer, because as we said here, ADAM optimizer is faster than traditional optimization algorithm. So finally, what about the hybrid technique? The hybrid technique, okay, suggested in our research. So this hybrid technique employs ADAM optimizer to adaptively adjust the learning rate in the Q-learning. What does it mean? What is the role played by ADAM optimizer in such a case? ADAM optimizer is going to adapt, okay, or to select or to update exactly the value of alpha. What about alpha? Alpha itself is the learning rate. Usually, Q-learning algorithm use a static learning rate, okay? So in our case, alpha, the learning rate will be updated in each iteration during the treatment phase, okay? So in this case, we are trying to improve the adaptability, the convergence of a Q-learning algorithm. As primitive results, I'm still working on this research. Primitive results are illustrated here. In order to implement this model, I have collected 1,000 vectors, okay, manually. I worked on these samples. I did the normalization of these vectors. So I created an artificial neural network composed of 3 layers. So the input layer is composed of 10 neurons. Why 10 neurons? Because I have 10 features, okay? So coming from each brain wave. So later on the hidden layer, I have 64 neurons. On the output, I have only 2 neurons. Why 2 neurons? 2 neurons, because I have 2 outputs. So my network is going to classify between 2 cases. The first case is successful, the second one is failed. So if the output successful is 1, failed is 0, so I'm going to present, okay, a positive reward to my patient. Otherwise, I don't punish him, but I don't give him the reward. So later, I have created an environment where the state represents a simplified brain activity metric. What does it mean? So I have 2 main features. At first, the actions, okay, in my simulation represent successive adjustments to neurofeedback parameters. The second feature is the reward function is designed to encourage achieving an optimal brain activity state. So in this figure here, I show the average reward per episode, okay, as we have our patient, okay, during the session. I'm going to show here how the average reward is going up, okay? This yellow curve is going up. What does it mean? That means that our patient is trying to understand and profit from the treatment session, and during the learning phase, we have an increased value of positive rewards. The second curve here is just to show the temporal difference. The temporal difference is an error calculated here. So in such a case, or in ideal case also, this error has to go down with time, okay? So what about temporal difference? What does it mean, temporal difference in such a case? Temporal difference is the difference between expected values and measured values, okay, between expected and real values. So this error has to go towards 0 with time. So once again, during the, we can say, learning phase, okay, so, or learning session, so this error is going down. Finally, figure 3 shows how a patient performance improves over time. Now, we can note once again that this curve is going up. That means the performance is going to be better with time. But we have to understand the reason of these fluctuations, okay? These fluctuations, for what reason we have all these fluctuations? For what reason? So these fluctuations in the reward curve reflect the balance between exploration and exploitation. So the patient is trying to explore, okay, the environment in front of him. Simultaneously, he is going to exploit, okay, the policy on which he is working, or we are trying to train him. So in between, some decisions are incorrect. For this reason, the curve goes down and up, okay? But in total, the curve, or the average, we can say, is an incremental average. So, as a conclusion, I'm here today because these are my primitive results. I'm here today just to show my results and to invite any interested people, okay, because I'm here, I need a partner from biology, I need another partner like our French colleague, okay, because I'm not speaking only about, okay, I'm not just speaking about cognition or cognitive recovery, but also motor recovery, okay? Because the researchers in this field, they have just proved that we have a strong link between cognitive recovery and motor recovery, okay? So they compensate for each other, or they work together. So for this reason, I'm searching for partners in this field, okay? And thanks for listening. Thank you very much, Mr. Abdelatif. Any questions? Okay, so we have a question here.
Hi, Doctor. Hi, thank you for the presentation. I'm the English department. So my question is not technical, social and behavioral. Can your work contribute to addiction eventually? So it's trying to help the brain, but can be used on the opposite way.
Mainly yes. But I'm trying to apply it in real world applications. Mainly now. So far it was applied for mostly simple brain disorders. Really, I need to expand the utilization of this approach into more important problems like autism and so on. But I'm still searching for the correct partner from the biology, because I'm finally an engineer.
Yeah, thanks, Doctor. I have a question regarding the figures. You mentioned about reward. What do you mean by reward? Average reward.
Yes, the reward was.
How it is calculated?
Such as I told you here. Okay. It was they receive a reward such as improved game score. If he is playing, so we can give him more increasing. We can increase his score. So if he is listening to music, so we can also give him another short music. So until now, this research is not complete. These are some primitive results. But really, if you'd like to profit from these results, we have to find the correct partner from biology.
Okay, because from the graph you are showing about 1,000 samples.
Yes,
so in each signal, noise is the dominant factor.
Yes, I worked on this sample before training. Then these samples I normalized the samples. I tried to the samples already from the source were treated, already utilized. I just tried to normalize the values, before the training, phase.
Thank you.
So if you reward only and you don't penalize, you may end up with degradation in the brains of the and you don't notice that because you keep the reward. And imagine that, or the case is going into not trying to be funny, but he's going crazy. So you'll not be able to detect it. Until now, we don't punish. Just to give positive reports. But this idea could be also taken in, because in such a case, I'm just considering 1 and 0. I'm going 1 0 minus 1. Okay, three states. Okay, three states should be considered. Should be considered. 1 0 minus maybe the performance could be better. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. You are welcome. So much. You are welcome. So we'll finish the day with our last presenter. So we have our presenter online. This is the paper. I'll stop sharing. Suleiman, do you want to share your screen or you want us to share from our side?
Yeah, I will share Romain.
Okay. So Suleiman is a student at Oman, and together with his supervisor, Dr. Pissam, they will be presenting their work on AI and LiDAR-based driven by robots, smooth hospital consultation, and patient assistance. We'll see an interesting wheelchair that is produced. Yes, Suleiman, you have 12 minutes, and we leave 3 minutes for questions. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to say, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Today I will be presenting our paper titled Artificial Intelligence and LiDAR-based autonomous wheelchair driven by a robot for consultation and patient assistance. Today I will be presenting my speech with my teammate Abdurrahman. We are from University of Technology and Applied Science branch from Sultan of Oman. So our table of contents is the introduction. We will predict with some data in Oman, and a problem statement, identify the solution that we have proposed, and we will show a result with videos, applications and challenges that we have faced. We will conclude with small video and reference. So without further ado, let me start with the introduction. So we know that the traditional way of hospital is difficult for doctors, especially when there is a huge crowding of patients. Enter the hospital and wait in the waiting room. So they go to see the doctors only. And sometimes they're critical, dangerous, or so they cannot wait. Especially when the patients are elderly and suffer from waiting. So they restore to the conventional wheelchair. So we live in a modern world. Can we change that? So the answer is definitely yes. So that's why we came up with the idea, which is the artificial intelligence and LiDAR-based autonomous wheelchair driven by a robot, hospital consultation and patient assistance. So before I start, let me tell you, as an Omani citizen, I suffer when I take my grandmother to the hospital. She has difficulty walking, and sometimes there is a huge crowding of patients in the waiting line. So her condition does not allow her to sit and wait to see the doctor. This project will help her to check her blood pressure, body temperature, and if her condition is critical, it will take her directly to the emergency section. Our proposed idea consists of two main parts, five categories. The two main part is the moving robot and the wheelchair. It will contain five categories such as the eye-powered interaction, measuring of patient vitals, autonomous moving robotic navigation with LiDAR, and the patient briefing and explanation, and the Wi-Fi integration. So there are some questions that comes to mind when it comes to autonomous robotic. So what is the autonomous robotic wheelchair? An autonomous wheelchair will move without any human intervention based on LiDAR inputs. And what is the LiDAR autonomous robotic wheelchair? We know that the LiDAR is detection and ranking technology. It will assist the robot by providing object identification and constellation assistance. So the LiDAR provides information in real time about robots surroundings such as doors, people, and other objects. So why did we choose AI The AI will enable the robot to learn about performance through absorbing human action. AI will give the robot vision that can enable them to navigate, detect, and determine their reaction correspondingly. The type of artificial neural network, deep learning. So now my teammate Abdurrahman will continue the proposed solution.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Abdurrahman. And I will continue from here. We came up with a problem we have been facing for a long time. It will start with robot control and monitoring station. After that, technical maintenance. Finally, our wheelchair enter location. Then we have various stages to implement wheelchair operation. So we have seven stages, and I will explain one by one. For first stage, ready of robotic wheelchair battery with full battery, and for second stage, and interactive voice response system. When patients sit in the robotic wheelchair, the AI and interactive voice response system will interact with patient. For example, we'll ask the choice of language like Arabic or English, and also we'll get the details like patient name, gender, and date of birth, and information will be recorded. This information will be stored in the patient database management system. The third stage is patient database management system. A case sheet will be created with an ID of patient with full treatment and recovery information. Action plan sheet will be created with AI. For stage 4, recording of patient basic vitals. Patient details from the stage 2, based on the basic vitals, like temperature, blood pressure, beats, heart recorded intro of medical things based on their result patient will be directed to reception or emergency. Now let me go to stage 5. Emergency reception task. For example, if the patient's blood pressure is high, the robot will immediately take into emergency room. Of course, if the patient measurements are normal, then the robotic wheelchair will take it to and then meet the doctor, identify his condition. For stage 6, consultation and testing. After identify the patient condition, doctor will send information to the robotic wheelchair. Based on this information, the robotic wheelchair will move to take the patient for testing, X-rays or treatment. And now, last stage, pharmacy and Wi-Fi brand. After the testing and consultation, the wheelchair will take the patient to the pharmacy where it can assist medication. And the wheelchair with Wi-Fi printer that can print out summary consultation history directly from the chair. This gives the patient hard copy of all information.
So as you can see in the results, we have prepared the video now. You can see now. As you can see on the screen, this is the final prototype that we have been working on. We can observe that autonomous wheelchair will be moving as predefined path. And at the end, it will go back to its starting point. This is the significant achievement of our project. We have another video which will show the other achievement that we have in this show.
alaikum. Welcome to Hospital. I just measured your temperature. Your temperature is 37 degrees and heart rate 75. These vitals are normal. I am taking you to further consultation.
We can absorb here in the video. The AI-based lab for voice interaction and face recognition also. And on the left side we have the SpO2 sensor and the heartbeat sensor also. As you can see here on the left side.
For our project, we can do this project of many applications. Of course, all government, we can use this wheelchair. Also, we can use it on hospital and also in airport. Also, we can use this wheelchair on big shopping malls. Of course, we face many challenges on this project. First of all, integration technology, all technology things, costs integration with existing and ensuring patient safety during operation, addressing private concert, navigating regulatory hurdles. In conclusion, our idea is to make life easier, organize hospital by helping the elderly with their needs and saving time for by providing information directly without examination.
So that's it for our project. Thank you for giving us the chance to present in this competition.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Please don't mind to ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sliman. Thank you, Mr. for the nice presentation. So now in the auditorium we are opening the floor for questions and answers. Any question from the audience?
Quick question regarding the control happening remotely or locally.
So we have one question here. Regarding the control remotely or
locally at the wheelchair itself.
We are not using any remote because it will be navigated by the hospital directly, predefined path.
Another question. So thank you so much. Concludes our technical session today. Thank you so much. And now I promise that will be the last time today. I will invite to the stage to give certificate of appreciation to our speakers. So for the online speakers, we'll send them the certificates by email. So for the in-person presenters, I am inviting Dr. Marcia to the stage to receive the certificate. Dr. Ali Al-Faili, please join us. And Dr. Abdul Latif Baba, so please join us. This wraps up the first day of our conference. Thank you for all panelists and audience for your active participation. We look forward to seeing you all with the second day, many insightful presentations and panels. So have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much.